Hollywood director 1992. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 276 I'm willing, so what? Who are you going to cast as the female lead? Link changed the subject from his date with Diane Lane to work. Do you know Joan Allen? She used to be a Broadway actress, a Tony Award winner, with superb acting skills, and a strong look and presence, perfect for playing a strong-willed wife. Jodie Foster handed him a file. Joan Allen was 39 years old this year, debuted on Broadway in 1980, and won 2 Tony Awards, the highest honor in American theater and musicals. She went to Hollywood in 1985 to make movies, playing minor supporting roles in many films, but wasn't famous yet. After looking at the file, Link recognized the actress. She was the original female lead in Hatchie, A Dog's Tale. Although not famous now, she later rose to fame through films like Nixon, Face Off, and The Bourne Identity, becoming a relatively well-known supporting actress in Hollywood. Looking at this for so long? You're not even letting older women like Joan off the hook. Jodie Foster waved her hand in front of him, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Link looked at her, wanting to pin her down on the coffee table and spank her. Who's casting for the role of our daughter, Andy? Why are you asking? You want to put your girlfriend in the cast? That's not an option. We need to choose the actress for the daughter based on the looks of the male and female leads. You can't just throw anyone in. Did I say I was going to put anyone in? I'm the film producer, can't I even ask? Okay, it's Cameron Diaz. She did a good job in The Mask, and she's pretty. Wait, The Mask is a Guessing Game Studios film, and she's the female lead, so she's your woman too. Link, you bastard, you've gone too far. You're going to sleep with every woman you see. You're not going to let any Hollywood woman go, are you? Jodie Foster said disdainfully. Link shook his head. I don't know about other women, but I certainly won't let you go. HMPH, don't even think about it. I won't give you the chance. Jodie Foster crossed her arms, adopting a defensive stance. Got some time? How about we go see a movie? You think you can use those tricks to pick me up? No way, I'm not falling for that. Jodie Foster snorted. You can refuse if you're scared. Who's scared? I wouldn't be scared even of an erotic movie. Jodie Foster stood up. Link smiled and invited her to the movie theater across the street to watch the drama film Confidential, which was showing this week. The film stars Michael Douglas and Demi Moore, and tells the story of a male subordinate who fights back after being sexually harassed by his female boss. It's a somewhat ambiguous but serious movie. During the movie, Jodie Foster praised Demi Moore for being very sexy and said she wanted to sleep with her, asking him if he wanted to. Link was speechless. Lesbians think differently, and this kind of approach wouldn't work. After watching the movie with Jodie Foster, Link took advantage of his break to watch movies with Winona Ryder, Angelina Jolie, Jennifer Lopez, and others. After sleeping with him, Winona Ryder's melancholic air had lessened, but she was still quite artsy. When she wasn't filming, she would often call him to tell him how she felt, and sometimes she would write love poems and celebrate anniversaries with him. Angelina Jolie, on the other hand, focuses more on physical experiences, and since their last meeting, she has frequently sought him out for dates. Meanwhile, with his help, Jennifer Lopez is currently training at Utah Entertainment, preparing to enter the music industry and pursue a dual career as an actress and singer. Link also took some time to visit Gong Li's apartment, chatting with her about movies and encouraging her to look at more scripts. He said that if she found a suitable script or role, he could arrange for Guessing Pictures to invest. Link, letting me choose the scripts, aren't you worried about the investment failing? Gong Li sat in a wicker chair, her long black hair flowing over her shoulders, wearing a white t-shirt and blue joggers, her ample bust and hip curve still very prominent. Link said, don't worry, as long as the film quality is good and the word of mouth is good, it doesn't matter if the box office is a little low. Guess what? Film Studios has many blockbuster films every year, not every one of them has to make money. You're really rich. I heard that. Guess what? Film studio's total box office this year exceeded $700 million, stronger than the 7 major studios. Link, congratulations, you are the pride of us Chinese. Guang Li looked at him with a smile. I don't deserve it, it's just a little achievement, nothing to brag about, don't be modest. In the past, Hollywood discriminated against Chinese actors. I heard that some people made discriminatory remarks against Chinese people in public. But now they don't dare to, because they are very concerned about your existence. You have changed the situation of Chinese people in Hollywood. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the pride of Chinese people, Guang Li said seriously. This was what she heard after she came into contact with a Chinese actor circle in Hollywood. Everyone said that after Link became a big boss, Chinese filmmakers were more valued. During her time in Hollywood, she also felt that those crews and companies were not as unscrupulous towards Chinese actors as before. For example, a few days ago, she went to audition for a role at one of the 7 major film studios. Even though she didn't pass, the crew politely told her why. It's said that Chinese actors didn't receive this treatment before, and sometimes even faced discrimination. All of this changed after Link became a big shot in Hollywood. All the Chinese people working hard in Hollywood are beneficiaries. Okay, I accept your compliment, Link shrugged. Guang Li smiled slightly, glanced at her watch. Have you eaten? If you don't mind the simple food here, you can eat here, you can cook. What Chinese woman can cook? Wait a minute, Guang Li put on her slippers, got up and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Link sat in the living room reading a magazine. A few minutes later, a clattering sound suddenly came from the kitchen. He put down the magazine and went to the kitchen. He saw a pile of broken plates and bowls on the floor. Guang Li was squatting on the floor, her left hand holding her right index finger, a few drops of blood dripping onto the white porcelain shards, her expression somewhat dejected. Guang Li turned to look at him standing in the doorway and said awkwardly, I accidentally slipped. Please wait a moment, the food will be ready shortly. Lin Ke shook his head and pulled her to the living room to bandage her wound. Fortunately, the wound wasn't big. He disinfected it with antiseptic, put on a bandage, and it would heal in a few days. After bandaging her wound, Lin Ke put on her apron and went to the kitchen to cook 4 dishes and a soup. Home-style cooking, not as good as restaurant food, but still delicious and visually appealing. Lin Ke, a big director like you can cook? And cook so well? Now I understand why so many women like you. You're not only excellent but also very gentle. It's hard for any woman to resist your charm, Guang Li said with a smile, looking at Lin Ke across the table. It's just a meal, it's nothing. No, there aren't many men who can cook, and you're so good at it. In our women's eyes, a man like you is a rare find, Guang Li said, staring at his handsome face with a smile. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. But you were injured this time, so I didn't get a chance to taste your cooking. I hope I can next time. Link ladled out more a bowl of soup and handed it to her. No problem, I'll be careful not to cut my hand next time. Guang Li shook her injured finger. The two ate, drank, and chatted. His main purpose in coming here was to see if Guang Li needed any help. If she did, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, Guang Li was quite independent. Apart from needing his help at work, she insisted on being self-sufficient in her daily life and did not accept his financial assistance. After the meal, Link said goodbye and left. Guang Li saw him to the door. When she returned to her apartment, she heard the phone ringing in the living room. She went over and answered the phone. The caller was Director Zhang. How did you know my phone number? Guang Li frowned. She only gave her family and a few friends her phone number in Los Angeles. I found out. Xiaoli, are you doing well in Los Angeles? When are you coming back? Director Zhang asked. Why are you asking this? We agreed after filming Grandma's Bridge that we'd cut all ties completely. Why are you calling, Xiaoli? Don't be like this. Give me a little more time, and I'll definitely give you an explanation. I gave you 3 years, and you still want me to give you more time? Don't you think so? Just then, Guang Li suddenly noticed a coat still hanging on the hanger. It was Link's coat. Guang Li put down the phone, took Link's coat to the window, and called out, Link, your coat. But Link didn't hear her and drove away. Guang Li felt the coat's pockets, saw nothing valuable, and hung it back on the hanger. Guang Li, I heard you call Link. Was it that Link? How come Link's coat is at your house? Director Zhang asked urgently on the phone. Guang Li sat back on the sofa, looking at her bandaged finger, and laughed. Your question is ridiculous. I came to America to stay with Link, living in his apartment. Isn't it normal to have his clothes at home? You slept with him? Director Zhang shouted through gritted teeth. Gong Li sneered. Would you believe me if I said no? I believe you. Too late. Although Link is Chinese, he's quite open about this. We slept together after our first meeting, and now we've slept together about 10 times. If Link weren't busy filming and didn't have time to stay overnight at my place, I would have spent even more time with him. Today he had some free time and came over. I made him 4 dishes and a soup. We drank some wine and then did it once. But he was busy with work and just got a call, leaving in a hurry. He even forgot to put on his coat. A grinding sound came from the phone. Gong Li, don't you know he's a scumbag? Don't you know he has many women? I know. You know why you still sleep with him? You're just degrading yourself. I want to. Link is a billionaire, a world-class director, and he's only 22 this year. I'm 29. He doesn't mind my age, he's willing to accept me, and he'll help me develop my career in Hollywood. It's only right that I repay him with my body. I'm willing. Besides, Link isn't a scumbag. He's gentle, considerate, and very caring. At first, I was a little hesitant to sleep with him, but now I completely accept him. No matter how many women he has, I'm willing to sleep with him. Shut up. Gong Li, you're so disappointing, Director Zhang shouted angrily, his voice sounding broken through the receiver. Gong Li smiled coldly, put down the phone, and picked up the script on the table to read. Chapter 277 Nicole Kidman chooses to take the initiative. After a few days of rest, Link returned to the company and busied himself with work. With the year-end approaching, various departments were busy with work summaries, planning for the coming year, distributing year-end bonuses, arranging holidays, and so on, a whole host of tasks. In addition, with Good Will Hunting about to be released, he also needed to take time to oversee the film's promotion. The film had received high praise during test screenings and had great box office potential. Link instructed the marketing department to increase promotional efforts and not be stingy with funds, especially during the winter break when there were many blockbusters. To gain sufficient media exposure, this film had to be willing to spend money on promotion. After 2 weeks of promotion, Good Will Hunting gained some recognition among the many films released during the winter break. On Friday, Good Will Hunting held its premiere at the Hollywood and Highland Cinema. Link, along with Monica Bellucci, Jennifer Connelly, Sofia Coppola, and others, attended to support the film. Link had minimal involvement in this film. From the director to the actors, it was almost entirely the same cast and crew, and the main content and plot were similar to the original. After the film screening ended, the audience applauded continuously for over 5 minutes, and Matt Damon's performance in the film was praised by the filmmakers present. It seems Guess What Pictures has produced another great movie, Sophia said, clapping her hands. Yes, before Final Destination, Guess What Pictures films were met with a lot of criticism and skepticism, but now, anything produced by Guess What Pictures is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. This year, Guess What Pictures released 9 films, from the first The Uncanny Murderer to the last Good Will Hunting. Although The Uncanny Murderer, Eat Drink Man Woman, and Before Sunrise had only moderate box office performance, their quality was good, receiving praise from many film critics after their release. The other films performed well at the box office, excluding Good Will Hunting and Pulp Fiction. 4 films have already grossed over $100 million in North America. This year, Guess What Pictures films can be described as a double success in terms of both critical acclaim and box office. Link, how are you so amazing? Not only are you good at making movies, but you're also so great in other aspects. Sophia looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Monica Bellucci clung tightly to his arm, a gentle smile on her face. Of course, it's because of your support that I'm becoming better and better, Link said, his arms around their waists. So we're that important? Monica asked, tilting her head back with a smile. Of course, Link leaned down and kissed Monica's smooth cheek. Sophia pointed to her cheek, and Link kissed her back. HMPH. This jerk has one on each arm, doesn't he care about appearances at all? In the back row, Nicole Kidman saw Link with his arm around Monica, surrounded by Sophia, Jennifer Connelly, and Renee Zellweger. Seeing them chatting and laughing, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, as if something of hers had been stolen. A couple of years ago, the media often reported on their rumors, saying they were both Link's girlfriends. Now that kind of news isn't new, so Link probably doesn't care about being seen, Naomi Watts, with her long, flowing blonde hair, said, looking at Link in the crowd. She and Nicole Kidman were classmates, and she came to Hollywood from Australia last year. She played a small supporting role in Final Destination, later joined Utah Agency, and received a few roles, but the movies weren't big hits, and she never became a movie star. She's still just a small-time actress. Yet, a notorious scumbag like him really doesn't need to care about his reputation, Nicole Kidman said resentfully. Naomi Watts shrugged and didn't interrupt. She'd heard that Link and Tom Cruise had a conflict, and that Tom Cruise had even suffered a loss at Link's hands, losing a lot of money. That was probably why Nicole was criticizing Link. However, Nicole not only starred in Guess the Movie's film At All Costs, but was also the female lead in Link's next film, the Batman sequel. From that perspective, it didn't seem like there was any conflict between them. Naomi Watts didn't quite understand their relationship and chose to remain silent. "Hey, Link, did I disturb you? How's our new movie?" Ben Affleck and Matt Damon approached Link in the front row to greet him. "Great job, Matt. Congratulations. You wrote a great script and directed a great movie. I have a feeling you're going to be a big star, thanks. Good Will Hunting was made and released smoothly thanks to your support," Matt Damon laughed. "Hey, Link, I'm also the screenwriter and lead actor in this movie. You seem to have forgotten to congratulate me," Ben Affleck pointed to his nose. "Congratulations to you too. How's your training going? We start filming in February." "I hope you don't hold the crew back," Link said. "I definitely won't hold the crew back. Look at my arms, they're a whole size bigger than 3 months ago." Ben Affleck flexed his arms, showing off his muscles, and even puffed out his chest to let him see the outline of his pectoral muscles, like Chris Bauer reincarnated. "Good, very energetic. Keep it up," Link commented, then went to the front to congratulate director Gus Van Sant and supporting actor Robin Williams. These two had worked with Gus C. Pictures on several films. Besides directing Good Will Hunting, Gus Van Sant also directed At All Costs and Run Back the Groom. Robin Williams, in addition to this film, also played Professor Parker in Hatchie, A Dog's Tale. While he was discussing films with Van Sant, Nicole Kidman walked over, congratulated Van Sant, and casually greeted Link. "What are you doing here?" Link asked quietly. "HMPH, some coward doesn't dare see me, so I have to come see him. Let's talk in the restroom." Nicole Kidman pretended to listen to the other's conversation, her lips barely moving. "No, I don't usually talk in the restroom. Why didn't you say that last time?" Nicole Kidman blushed, gave him a coquettish look, almost leaning her shoulder against him, and a seductive scent of perfume wafted over. Link shook his head, maintaining a proper distance from her. His expression was serious as he said, "Ms. Kidman, Batman starts filming next February or March. Remember to read the script and study the character when you have time. Dr. Chase isn't just a decorative character, she plays a more important role in the film, okay, Director Link? If I encounter anything I don't understand, could we discuss it in person?" Nicole Kidman asked with a wink and a smile. "If you have time, it shouldn't be a problem." After congratulating him, Link found Monica, Jennifer, and the others. And they left the movie theater together. Watching them leave, Nicole Kidman suddenly felt an urge to rush up and join them. Chapter 278 Good Will Hunting is going to be a huge hit again. Who'll stop Link from dominating Hollywood? "Link, Nicole Kidman seems to have a thing for you. She keeps staring at you," Sophia said as they left the movie theater and got into the car. "I guess I'm just too charming," Link joked. "Yeah, you're a heartthrob. But are you going to date Nicole Kidman? If you sleep with her, remember to call me. I'd love to see how she performs in bed," Sophia said enthusiastically. "Me too," Renee Zellweger laughed. "Nicole Kidman looks so haughty, like a swan. I'd love to see what happens when you shoot her." "Don't be silly. She's Tom Cruise's wife. I'm not interested in other people's wives, that's a shame. She's tall and has a big butt. She looks like a good helper," Sophia said. Link shook his head and looked out the car window. "Shall we go straight home? How about we go shopping? It's almost Christmas, we should get some things ready," Jennifer Connelly said. "Aren't we going to the Hawaiian estate for Christmas? Should we decorate here too? A little decoration will make it more festive." "Yes, let's experience the holiday atmosphere." After reaching a consensus, the group drove downtown for shopping. After its release, Good Will Hunting grossed $1.686 million in its opening week across 12 theaters. The average daily box office per theater reached $28,000, a very impressive result, and the film received very positive reviews. The Los Angeles Times commented that Good Will Hunting was a rare breath of fresh air in Hollywood, a film with wisdom, sincerity, and a correct goal. Renowned film critic Roger Ebert gave the film 4 stars, stating that its success wasn't due to the overall film, but rather to the perfect brilliance of each small detail, making it a rare film that focuses on the spiritual growth of young people. Due to its strong preview screenings, Good Will Hunting began its wider release in its second week. In its second week, the film grossed $24.59 million in 1,787 theaters, taking the top spot at the box office amidst competition from many blockbusters during the winter break. Second place went to Legends of the Fall, starring Brad Pitt, with $20.59 million in its opening weekend. Third place went to Little Women, starring Winona Ryder, Susan Sarandon, and Christian Bale, with $14.77 million in its second week, bringing its 2-week total to $21.25 million. This week, The Mask ranked 7th, earning $4.49 million, bringing its total to $113 million, making it the 4th Guess the Movie film to surpass $100 million at the North American box office. Good Will Hunting, in its third week, grossed $26.88 million in 2,025 theaters, retaining its number 1 spot and bringing its North American total to $53.12 million. According to Total Film magazine, the film is projected to gross over $100 million in North America. The film's production cost was only $10 million. If Total Film's prediction comes true, Good Will Hunting's return on investment will be more than tenfold. This is undoubtedly a blockbuster. Castle Rock Pictures president Robert Reiner was so angry when he saw the box office figures in the newspaper that he almost fainted. Good Will Hunting was originally a Castle Rock project. Robert Reiner had read the script and thought it was decent, but wasn't confident it would be a blockbuster. To maintain control of the script, he made Matt Damon revise it repeatedly until Damon relinquished control. Later, Damon dropped out of the Castle Rock project and took the script to Guess the Movie. But he never imagined this unremarkable script would become such a huge hit, potentially grossing over $100 million in North America. Robert Reiner slammed his fist on the table. In the past 2 years, Guess the Movie's meteoric rise had drastically reduced Castle Rock's box office revenue, leaving them in dire financial straits and on the verge of bankruptcy. If they had landed a blockbuster film at this time, the company's finances would have improved rapidly, perhaps even reviving them. Unfortunately, he missed out on Good Will Hunting, not only missing a chance to improve the company's situation but also allow England and Guess the Movie to reap a huge profit. Letting his enemy benefit was worse than death for him. Robert Reiner angrily cursed a few times, then picked up the phone and called Michael Ovitz, asking why he hadn't yet taken action to suppress Guess Rock Pictures. If Good Will Hunting grossed over $100 million in North America, Guess Rock Pictures would have 5 films grossing over $100 million in North America this year, bringing their total annual box office revenue to over $800 million. That would be more than $100 million more than Paramount Pictures, which was previously in first place. More importantly, Guess Rock Pictures only released 9 films this year, more than half the number of films released by the 7 major studios, and with less investment. Moreover, Guess Rock Pictures' performance this year was better than last year, and last year's was better than the year before. If this trend continued, Guess Rock Pictures would become increasingly powerful. By then, it would be too late for them to deal with Link and Guess Rock Pictures. If they wanted to deal with Link and Guess Rock Pictures, they had to do it now, without delay. Robert Reiner was even more worried that if things continued like this, Castle Rock Pictures might not survive until next year. Michael Ovitz told him to calm down. The 7 major film studio shareholders were even more anxious than he was seeing how much Guess movies were making at the box office. They would find ways to deal with the Guess movies eventually, so there was no need to worry too much. Link's luck is too good, he can just pick up any script and it'll be a huge hit. In the Paramount Pictures president's office, Tom Cruise looked at Link's photo on the magazine cover, feeling both disgust and jealousy. Shirley Lansing remained silent, her face cold. This year, under her leadership, Paramount Pictures released several blockbuster films, including Forrest Gump, Clear and Bright But Dead, Star Trek VII, Beverly Hills Trials, The Naked Gun, and Love is a Bond. Although a few films underperformed, the overall box office performance was good, with a current North American box office of $720 million, surpassing last year's top spot held by Warner Bros. In November, many media outlets reported that Paramount Pictures had won the annual box office crown, praising her effective leadership and calling her an excellent female CEO. Unfortunately, starting in November, Guess the Movies released two blockbuster films in quick succession. The Mask had already grossed over $100 million, and Good Will Hunting was poised to surpass $100 million. With these two films' success, Guess the Movies' annual box office total soared to over $800 million, strongly surpassing Paramount and Disney to take the top spot on the industry. Guess the Movies' box office comeback not only snatched the top spot but also overshadowed her own performance. Surely, this can't go on. Guess the Movies is stealing too much of the box office profits that originally belonged to the Big Seven studios. We should take this seriously and find a way to destroy Guess the Movies, Tom Cruise said, disgruntled. He also had a film released in November, Warner Bros.' $60 million blockbuster Interview with a Vampire, which initially performed well at the box office and had a chance to break into the top 10 for the year. Unfortunately, it encountered Guess the Movies' The Mask. The Mask led the box office from start to finish, and Interview with a Vampire never caught up. Many media outlets mocked him for not being able to compete with Jim Carrey in terms of box office appeal. And all of this was Link's fault. Link was deliberately going against him, and he wanted to see Link fail and Guess Entertainment go bankrupt more than anyone else. This isn't as simple as you think. Guess Entertainment has the backing of Morgan Stanley and Vanguard Capital. Paramount Pictures alone isn't enough to bring them down, Shirley Lansing said. We can contact other film companies. The rise of Guess Entertainment won't just harm Paramount's interests, other film companies will definitely be willing to help. By the way, I heard Michael Ovitz is working on this, we can talk to him. Just then, the phone on the table rang, and Shirley Lansing picked it up. Look, another Guess movie is a blockbuster, they'll probably be the box office champion this year, said Richard Fox, executive producer at Warner Bros., looking at the newspaper in the president's office. It's not just a fear, it's a certainty. Paramount, in second place, is more than $100 million behind Guess Movies, and they won't have a chance to catch up by next year, President Miguel Goss sighed. Over the past decade, Warner Bros. Pictures had been the industry's highest-grossing film company 5 times, making it Hollywood's most successful studio. This year, however, the title of highest-grossing film was going to be taken by Guess Movies, which was very bad news for him, the president of Warner Bros. Link is amazing. He not only makes blockbuster movies, but he also manages the company well, Richard Fox said. He's so amazing that the board is very dissatisfied with our performance. They want us to find a way to regain the box office market, and they even agreed to let the media company intervene, Miguel Goss said. Richard Fox said, Link is a box office miracle now, and we should strengthen our cooperation with him. Miguel nodded, Link is indeed a box office miracle, but Guess Entertainment's performance has been too outstanding, making it the public enemy of the Big Seven studios. We should now look at Link and Guess Entertainment from two perspectives, Richard Fox agreed. Initially, when Guess Entertainment rose to prominence, the media likened it to a catfish, invigorating the North American film market and enhancing competition within the industry. However, just a year later, this catfish suddenly transformed into a deep-sea shark, devouring the box office and profits that originally belonged to the Big Seven studios. The Big Seven studios no longer dared to underestimate it, and taking action against it became inevitable. Ring. The phone on the table rang. And Miguel answered it. After hanging up, he told Richard Fox that it was a call from Michael Ovitz, inviting him to a meeting of the Big Seven studios' top executives to discuss how to deal with the rise of Guess Entertainment. He also said that all the executives from the Big Seven studios had indicated they would attend. Miguel decided to accept the invitation and go see. Chapter 279 The 7 Major Sex Plot to Attack Bright Peak. Michael Ovitz was right. The huge success of The Mask already alarmed the Big Seven studios, and now, with Good Will Hunting also a blockbuster, their executives felt a tremendous threat. At the current rate, at least 4 of the top 10 highest-grossing films of the year were from Guess Movies. Guess Movies' total annual box office revenue is also expected to exceed $800 million, surpassing the Big Seven Studios' performance. A film company less than 3 years old had climbed to the top of the industry by riding on the coattails of the Big Seven Studios. The corporations and shareholders behind the Big Seven Studios couldn't tolerate this. They demanded that the Big Seven executives do everything in their power to reclaim the box office market and maintain the Big Seven's status and dominance in Hollywood. Failure to do so would mean replacement. With Michael Ovitz actively orchestrating the meeting, the presidents of the Big Seven Studios gathered at the Death Star building. Ostensibly, it was to summarize the year's gains and losses in the film industry and discuss the direction of the film market next year. In reality, it was to discuss how to deal with the rapidly rising gas movies. Michael Ovitz, as the host, participated in and chaired the meeting. The first issue is that to curb guess the movies, everyone must reach a consensus to treat guess the movies as an enemy and stop cooperating with them. Does everyone agree to this? Michael Ovitz said. Paramount Pictures President Shirley Lansing, Universal Pictures President Ron Mayer, and 20th Century Fox President Barry Diller chose to support this. Columbia Pictures President John Peters, Warner Brothers President Miguel Goss, MGM President Stephen Cooper, and Disney President Michael Eisner remained silent. The reason is simple. Columbia Pictures and Guess the Movies have a $500 million film production agreement. At this point, they cannot simply stop cooperating with Guess the Movies. Warner Brothers and MGM also have collaborations with Guess the Movies or link personally, and it's impossible to immediately sever those ties. As for Disney, Michael Eisner's main task at present is to resolve internal company disputes and gain the support of the majority of shareholders. He cannot devote much effort to this matter, hence his silence. Shirley Lansing adjusted her glasses. Michael means that the previous collaboration with the Guess Movies doesn't count. Starting next year, the 7 major studios will no longer work with Guess Movies. Without sufficient funding and resources, Guess Movies will have a very limited number of film projects to invest in and produce each year, which will restrict its development, the presidents of the 7 major studios noted. They agreed to not work with Guess Movies, but they could work with Link. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus on this matter, Michael Ovitz smiled excitedly. The second issue is that, starting next year, we will continue our joint effort to suppress Guess Movies films, blocking them from promotional channels and reducing their exposure. Simultaneously, we will compete with Guess Movies for theaters and screenings. Actually, we did very well during the summer season. If it weren't for Link's good luck, the O.J. Simpson murder case coinciding with the release of Seven would have grossed a maximum of $100 million in North America, instead of the current $340 million. We shouldn't abandon this effective method because of one mistake. What are your opinions on this proposal? Competing with Guess Movies in film distribution is something we can do, but in film promotion, that's a media company's business, and we a few can't represent the group's opinion, said Miguel Goss of Warner Brothers. That's right, the presidents of 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, Columbia Pictures, and Universal Pictures nodded in agreement. MGM Resorts International, the parent company of MGM Studios, doesn't have a media company, so Michael Ovitz's proposal has no impact on MGM. On Disney's side, Michael Eisner, as president, oversees Disney's film and animation companies, television media, and Disney parks, wielding the most power. However, due to the lack of support from many shareholders on the board, his power is significantly limited, and he has not voiced his opinion. I hope you will proactively suggest to the group that we suppress Guess Movies in terms of publicity channels. Currently, Guess Movies has become an obstacle to the film industry's development. As long as Guess Movies exists, the media group will not be able to profit as before. I believe the media groups will agree to this, Michael Ovitz said with a smile. The presidents of several film companies nodded in agreement. It was merely a suggestion to their superiors, and the decision to accept or reject it rested with the group's board of directors. Seeing everyone agree again, Michael Ovitz was filled with excitement. Hollywood was the territory of the Big Seven studios. If the Big Seven were willing to join forces against Guess Movies and Link would undoubtedly be defeated. The third issue, according to Michael Ovitz, was that the 7 studios should use their corporate channels to notify directors, cinematographers, screenwriters, and actors in the industry, persuading them not to participate in Guessing Movies film projects, especially those with established talent. He argued that if these individuals didn't work with Guessing Movies, Link and his friends alone could only produce a maximum of 4 or 5 films a year. With fewer Guessing Movies productions and lower box office revenue, the 7 studios could regain control of the film market. That's probably not easy to do, Langmuir said. Link likes to use newcomers in his films, including Jim Carrey, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Joaquin Phoenix, and Renee Zellweger, all of whom have grown up through their involvement in Guessing Pictures films. Even if we convince all the actors not to participate in Guessing Pictures films, we can't convince everyone who wants to be an actor. Secondly, top directors and actors have autonomy in choosing films, and it's not easy to persuade them. Finally, Link has close ties with WMA and UTA agencies, and even if CAA and the 7 major studios unite, they can't control half of Hollywood's actors and directors. This proposal sounds good, but it's not very feasible. Migas nodded in agreement. That's right, like Tom Hanks, he insisted on starring in Link's new movie. Who can stop him? Michael Ovitz's face darkened. Last time Link was making a new movie, he invited Tom Hanks to be the male lead. He had intended to use Tom Hanks to control Link, to squeeze more money out of him and get a higher salary. But that bastard Link wouldn't budge, preferring to replace him rather than increase his pay. In the end, not only did he fail to get Link, but he also alienated Tom Hanks. Later, Link even mocked him on the phone. Every time he thought about it, Michael Ovitz gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could kill Link. Michael's suggestion is correct, Shirley Lansing voiced in support of Michael Ovitz. Although this method is difficult to implement, it is also the most effective. As long as we can convince top Hollywood directors and actors not to participate in Guessing Pictures projects, Guessing Pictures production capabilities will definitely be affected, and they won't be able to compete with us in the box office market. However, considering the difficulty of implementing this suggestion, we will do our best in its execution. It's not mandatory. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing yet another proposal approved at the meeting, Michael was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth trembled. 3 proposals have already been approved, and if these 3 can be implemented, Guess the Movie's bankruptcy is not far off. The 4th proposal, put forward by Michael Ovitz at the meeting, consisted of 7 strategies to besiege Guess the Movies. After repeated discussions, all were finally approved. Michael Ovitz, visibly excited, slammed his fist on the table, declaring that he would use these 7 steel nails to nail Link to the cross, ensuring he could never rise again. Everyone applauded and cheered. After the meeting, Michael Eisner approached Michael Ovitz and extended another invitation. If he were willing to work at Disney, he could make all the decisions within the company, with a multi-million-dollar annual salary, 5% stock dividends, and 10% voting rights. Michael Eisner extended the invitation again because he found Link's proposals quite good while handling Disney's internal affairs. With the death of Frank Welsh and the departure of Jeffrey Katzenberg, the internal strife at Disney not only failed to subside but intensified, and he consistently failed to gain the support and approval of all the board members. To prevent him from monopolizing power, the board planned to select a CEO to check and balance him. With this in mind, Michael Eisner decided to take the initiative and invite someone with prestige, but not adept at office politics, to become Disney's CEO. After much deliberation, only 2 people seemed suitable for the position, Link and Michael Ovitz. Link, although chairman of Guess Movies, seemed unskilled in internal power struggles. If he were willing to work at Disney, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, Link was busy making movies and wasn't interested in the position. So he approached Michael Ovitz. Michael Ovitz was a very capable person, skilled in diplomacy and business negotiation, possessing leadership qualities, and relying on personal charisma and skill to build CAA into the world's largest talent agency. But his weaknesses were obvious: immature business acumen and prone to emotional decisions. At CAA, Michael Ovitz's personal prestige and powerful network made his position unshakable. Once he left CAA, his influence would be greatly diminished, and Michael Eisner was confident in controlling this trump card. Upon hearing the invitation, Michael Ovitz was once again caught in a dilemma. Joining Disney would allow him to directly suppress Guess and Link through company channels, essentially using Disney to challenge Guess, which would definitely make Link suffer. However, leaving CAA would mean he could no longer interfere in CAA affairs, nor could he use CAA connections to contact the 7 major studios to jointly deal with Link. Michael Ovitz didn't know what to choose and said he needed to think about it further. Chapter 280: A storm is brewing. Shortly after the meeting of the presidents of the 7 major film studios, Link received news that they were preparing to join forces again to target Guess Movies, targeting every aspect of its production and promotion. The attack was aggressive. Link contacted Greg Davis, Chief Investment Officer of Vanguard Capital, and Paul Hankerson, Senior Partner at Morgan Stanley, to ask for their opinions on whether the entertainment capital behind the 7 studios would participate in this move. Both expressed uncertainty and suggested he proceed with his second round of financing ahead of schedule. As long as Wall Street Capital held a majority stake in Guess Movies, there would be no difference between Guess Movies and the 7 studios. They would be part of the same family, and the investment companies behind the 7 studios would no longer target Guess Movies, treating it equally. Link realized the implications. This alliance of the 7 studios, ostensibly a competition between companies, was actually a ploy by Wall Street Capital to share in the profits of Guess Movies and prevent Link, an outsider, from profiting alone. Wall Street Capital was using this tactic to pressure Link into securing a second round of financing ahead of schedule. Link inquired with the two men about Wall Street's current valuation of Guess Movies. Upon hearing his agreement, their tone immediately became enthusiastic. Greg Davis told him that several Wall Street investment firms had assessed Guess Movies' market value, ranging from $600 million to $800 million depending on the assessment, making it the largest film company outside of the 7 major Hollywood studios. Greg Davis told Link that if he agreed to the financing, Vanguard Capital was willing to acquire Guess Movies shares for $800 million. Paul Hankerson, representing Morgan Stanley, also pledged to acquire Guess Movies shares for $800 million and asked when the second round of financing would begin. Link continued by asking the two men how much equity Wall Street hoped Guess Movies would offer for financing. Both indicated they hoped for over 50%. Once the financing exceeded 50%, Wall Street Capital would have a dominant position on Guess Movies' board of directors. Company decisions would then be made by the investors. The third round of financing would also be led by the investors. After several rounds of financing, Link's shares were repeatedly diluted, and his influence in the company steadily declined. At that point, Guess Movies would be entirely dominated by Wall Street Capital. Even if he remained chairman, he would have to defer to the board on important matters. This was the case with New Line Cinema and Miramax after their acquisitions. This is also the goal of Wall Street Capital, to use capital to control all profitable companies and further dominate the US and the world. After considering it, Link told the two that Wall Street's valuation of Guess Movies was too low, and he wouldn't accept it. His offer was $1.8 billion to $2 billion. First, at the end of last year, Guess Movies' market capitalization was less than $300 million. In just 1 year, it had multiplied several times. Even according to Wall Street investment consulting firms, Guess Movies' market capitalization had tripled. This indicates that Guess Movies' development speed was rapid and its investment potential was enormous. Second, Guess Movies' performance this year was better than the 7 major film studios. Some of the 7 major studios had market capitalizations of over $10 billion, and some several billion, but none could beat Guess Movies in terms of box office revenue. Guess Who Makes Money is a quick way to make money, requires low investment, and carries minimal risk, a surefire investment. Wall Street should consider placing Guess Who Makes Money on par with the big 7 studios. From these two perspectives, the $1.8 billion to $2 billion offer is very conservative. If they wait until next year for the second round of financing, Guess Who Makes Money's offer will be no less than $2.5 billion. Link urged the two to act quickly. Greg Davis and Paul Hankerson, upon hearing his minimum offer of $1.8 billion, exclaimed repeatedly, "God, are you kidding me? And this is insane." Previously, when discussing the offer for Guess Who Makes Money, they had guessed that Link was dissatisfied with the $600 million to $800 million offer because Guess Who Makes Money's performance this year was outstanding. This year, Guess Who Makes Money released 9 films, grossing over $800 million in North America, with a projected global gross of over $1.8 billion. Including the box office revenue from Pulp Fiction, plus revenue from video sales, home theater rights, advertising sponsorships, and other related copyright income, Guess Who Makes Money's revenue this year is projected to exceed $2 billion. After deducting film production and promotion costs, the net income is no less than $600 million. Valuing such a company at $800 million is indeed too low. Their target price is $1 billion. They also assumed Link would offer $1 billion. However, Link's appetite was larger and more arrogant than they anticipated. Link ignored the Wall Street investment firm's assessment and directly increased the company's offer by 2 or 3 times. Greg Davis told Link that the offer was too high and they could not accept it. Guessing Movies was too young, and besides its production company, distribution company, and Marvel Entertainment, it had no other businesses. Unlike the Big 7 studios, which also had film studios, theme parks, and a film library of tens of thousands of movies, Guessing Movies was not entirely a physical company from an investment perspective. Investing in such a company was too risky. The Wall Street investment firm could not accept this offer. Paul Hankson persuaded Link to lower it further. In the past, the capital behind the Big 7 studios ignored Guessing Movies because its box office revenue was not significant enough to warrant their attention. The rise of Guessing Movie has seriously impacted the interests of the conglomerates behind the Big 7 studios. They will no longer stand idly by while Guessing Movie grows, nor will they watch their profits be snatched away. The Big 7 studios and their respective media and entertainment groups will all take action against Guessing Movie. Guessing Movie will find it difficult to make money as recklessly as it has in the past 2 years. If the capital behind the Big 7 studios joins forces against Guessing Movie, its development will inevitably face setbacks next year, and its market value will be greatly affected. At that time, let alone $600 million, perhaps even $300 million wouldn't attract investment. Paul Hankson persuaded Link to conduct a second round of financing when Guessing Movie's 2 consecutive blockbuster films were booming. This would allow Link to earn more capital while simultaneously relinquishing some profits to Wall Street investors, thus reconciling with the interest groups behind the Big 7 studios. It would be a win-win situation. If Link doesn't agree, he might miss the golden opportunity to avoid the risks. After careful consideration, Link agreed to lower the price by $200 million, offering 30% of the shares for the second round of financing, with the price decreasing as the value increased to $1.6 billion to $1.8 billion. He would relinquish more than 50% of the shares in the third round of financing. Currently, Link and Flash Capital jointly hold 73% of Guess Movie shares, so offering 30% for financing would not affect his control of the company. If the financing is successful, he will have several $100 million more in cash. Greg Davis and Paul Hankson, upon hearing his agreement to compromise, stated they would report to the company, which would then decide whether to invest. Link also used the media to announce that Guess Movies was preparing for a second round of financing, asking for $1.6 billion and expecting to raise 30%. Following this news, authoritative media outlets such as the Wall Street Journal and Business Week reported that the 7 major Hollywood studios were planning joint action to counter the rapid rise of Guess Movies as the 8th major studio. Faced with combined pressure from industry giants, Link, the founder of Guess Pictures, was forced to launch his second round of financing ahead of schedule in order to enhance the company's market competitiveness and capital reserves. However, according to assessments by several Wall Street investment institutions, the current market valuation of Guess Pictures is at most $800 million, far below the $1.6 billion financing target. Industry analysts believe that, judging from the offer, Link seems unwilling to launch the second round of financing ahead of schedule, nor willing to give up profits to entertainment capital, so he has proposed a very high price. If Link does not lower his offer, the second round of financing is highly likely to fail. $1.6 billion? Is this bastard crazy? A company that has been established for less than 3 years dares to offer $1.6 billion? I wouldn't dare to offer such a high price even after CAA has been established for 20 years. Michael Ovitz looked at the news in the newspaper, his expression very displeased. At its peak, CAA's market value was around $1 billion, and now it is about $600 million, which is about the same as the valuation given to Guess Pictures by Wall Street investment institutions. But Link offered $1.6 billion. In other words, the business Link built in 3 years is more brilliant than the business he built in 20 years. Michael Ovitz was very dismissive of this. It's certainly high, but it's also true that Guess Movies can make money, said Ron Meyer, vice president of CAA. Michael Ovitz didn't refute, he scoffed. Link is oversimplifying capital operations. Wall Street's goal in suppressing Guess Movies is to make money, to maximize profits, but Link wants to use this method to steal money from investment companies, trying to make a huge profit with a small investment. I bet this round of financing will fail, Ron Meyer nodded in agreement. Wall Street Capital wanted to give Link a share of the pie through this method, but Link wanted to cut a slice off the capital in return. Wall Street Capital is powerful and greedy, and won't let him succeed. If no capital is willing to take over, the 7 major film studios can suppress guest movies with impunity. This bastard will definitely pay the price for his greed, and this is also the price he pays for offending me. Michael Ovitz smiled smugly. Chapter 281. But the weather is cool, a fine autumn day. Has Aaron not arrived yet? He's probably run into some trouble and is delayed on the way. Link, I saw in the newspaper that you offered $1.6 billion for Guess the Movie's second round of financing, not a penny less. Is that true? Jerome Preston chuckled in the Grove Shopping Center cafe. It's true, Link replied calmly. $1.6 billion. You really dare to ask for that much? Jerome raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I dare? Link smiled slightly, his tone firm. I not only dare to ask, but I'll ask with conviction. Guess what? Film's box office and merchandise revenue last year was close to $2 billion, with profits exceeding $1 billion, higher than many Fortune 500 companies. In other industries, a company with annual revenue exceeding $2 billion would have a market capitalization of at least $10 billion. My offer of $1.6 billion is already considered modest, Jerome laughed heartily. You said it yourself, that's other industries. The film industry is high risk, high cost, and has a long payback period. Plus, guess what? Films has too few physical assets. Wall Street investment firms probably won't meet your demands. You need to prepare for the possibility of failed financing. It's okay, Link shrugged. My agreement to conduct the second round of financing ahead of schedule is itself an attitude, indicating my willingness to share the profits of Guess What? Film's development with capital. If they are optimistic about me and the future of Guess What? Films, they will accept this offer. If not, they can't blame me for taking it all for myself. Next, it's time to test the investor's vision and courage. You're too confident. Jerome shook his head and chuckled. Just like when you came to my office to promote Barrett, you told me it would be a box office hit and increase theater attendance. I didn't believe you then, but you were right. Barrett created a box office miracle. You still have that same expression now, which means you're full of confidence in Guess movies. If I had hundreds of millions in capital, I would definitely buy shares and make a fortune with you. Link smiled, recalling his experience of promoting Barrett at Grove Center. Almost 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and many things had changed, but his part was developing in a positive direction. The recent suppression of Guess movies by Wall Street Capital was actually expected. This is America. Politics are managed by the White House, while the economy is controlled by Wall Street Capital. Guess movies made a fortune in the North American film market this year, earning more money than the 7 major studios combined. The Wall Street investors naturally wouldn't remain indifferent to this lucrative opportunity. Putting pressure on Guess the Movies through the 7 major film studios was inevitable. However, Link wasn't worried about being targeted by the 7 studios and the capital behind them. In the film industry, no matter how strong a company's production capabilities or how abundant its marketing resources, profitability ultimately depends on the quality of the film itself. Even films produced by the 7 major Hollywood studios could suffer box office failures or even face bankruptcy due to huge losses if the quality is poor. If the film is of high quality, even if it faces competitive pressure or limited screenings in the North American market, it still has the opportunity to make a profit through overseas markets, thus turning the tide. Therefore, whether a film company can survive in Hollywood ultimately depends on whether its products can win the audience's approval, rather than simply relying on the scale of production or the strength of marketing. Link had a box office subsidy system and wasn't worried about losses due to poor film quality, which was the main reason he dared to stand up to the 7 studios. On the other hand, the current situation in the film industry also gave him enough confidence. First, the 7 major Hollywood studios belonged to different interest groups, and there was far more competition than cooperation between them. Getting them to put aside their long-standing competitive relationship and unite to fight against Guess the Movies would undoubtedly be a huge challenge. Secondly, although the media conglomerates behind the 7 major film studios are powerful, they only control about 45% of North American media resources, with the remaining 55% controlled by other independent media groups. For example, CNN and TNT, owned by Turner Media, ABC, owned by Metropolitan Communications, The New York Times, owned by the Salzberg family, Hearst and Tribune Media are all major players in the North American media market. These media groups directly compete with News Corporation, owned by Fox, and Comcast, owned by Universal Pictures, making it difficult to form a unified media front against Guess Movie. This fragmented media landscape and complex competition further weaken the feasibility of a joint action by the 7 major studios, providing Guess Movie with more market space and strategic opportunities. As long as Guess Movie is willing to spend money, it can obtain ample publicity resources without worrying about being monopolized by the major media groups. Finally, thanks to the Paramount Decree of 1948, American film studios and theater chains are separated. Theater chains, in order to be profitable, have to actively fight for a film screening rights. Guess the Movie's films frequently become box office hits, achieving both box office and critical success. As a result, theaters place greater emphasis on collaborating with Guess the Movies. Link doesn't need to worry about his films failing to be released. This is one of the reasons he's not worried about being targeted by the Big 7 studios. Considering all these points, when facing pressure from the Big 7 studios and entertainment capital, he only needs to withstand the pressure, remain vigilant, continue making competitive films, and earn more box office revenue. The pressure from the Big 7 studios will then crumble on its own. Link, Jerome, sorry I'm late. After chatting with Jerome for a while, Aaron Kutch, deputy editor of The Hollywood Reporter, came in from outside to apologize for his lateness. The reason for his lateness was that he received a phone call on his way. Rapper Tupac Shakur Tupac had been shot and injured in a New York recording studio. Tupac is currently one of the most famous black rappers in the music industry and is also an actor. Last year, his film Justin's Poetry, co-starring Janet Jackson, achieved considerable box office success. Meanwhile, Tupac has also been a hot topic in the news recently. In 1992, a handgun accidentally discharged, resulting in the death of a 6-year-old boy, but he was ultimately acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Last November, he sexually assaulted a woman in a hotel and is currently under police investigation. The case is still pending, and now he has been shot, making Tupac even more of a hot topic, and news about him is highly valuable. Aaron Kutch just arranged for his reporters to go to New York to interview Tupac via phone. I heard that the group of rappers is having internal strife, splitting into East Coast and West Coast factions, and they're always hurling insults at each other. Tupac is a West Coast rapper. Is this shooting something the East Coast group is trying to do to him? Jerome asked curiously. Not sure. There are rumors that this is related to Puff Daddy and the singer Big, but there's no evidence to confirm it yet. Puff Daddy? Link, I remember you had a conflict with him too. You need to be careful. Jerome looked at Link. It was a minor conflict, all in the past. Link shook his head. Last year, while filming in New York, he was harassed by Puff Daddy's men. Link used his connections with the New York Police Department to teach Puff Daddy a lesson, getting him jailed for 2 weeks. Puff Daddy was a former drug gang member with a criminal record with the police and the FBI, so they wouldn't dare disobey him. Besides, after becoming a billionaire, Link was also someone politicians wanted to befriend. With his current status and wealth, controlling Puff Daddy was easier than dealing with Robert Downey Jr. and his group. Link, let's not take up any more of your time. Can we start the interview now? Aaron Kutch took out his laptop. Link nodded. He was here for coffee at Aaron Kutch's invitation. The other party wanted to interview him in person about a few questions, the rumors of the 7 major studios suppressing Guess the Movie, and the status of Guess the Movie's second round of financing. Link also wanted to use the media to express his stance and promote the second round of financing for Guessing Movies, so he accepted Aaron Kutch's invitation. Chapter 282 We are not afraid of suppression. Every instance of suppression will only make us stronger. Link, I've received inside information that the presidents of the 7 major film studios recently gathered at Death Star Tower. Under Michael Ovitz's chairmanship, they discussed strategies to counter the rise of Guess Movies. It's said they've devised several measures to hinder Guess Movies' growth. Link, what do you think about this? Aaron Kutch asked. Pretty interesting. If it's true, I hope they compete with Guess Movies using legitimate means. As long as it's legitimate, Guess Movies isn't afraid of any opponent. Link chuckled. Aaron Kutch nodded. Guess what film's box office performance is indeed impressive, but the Big 7 studios' films aren't bad either. If the Big 7 join forces to suppress Guess what films in the film market, are you confident you can weather this crisis? Link took a sip of coffee. Actually, All independent production companies in Hollywood are influenced by the Big Seven studios during their development. The Big Seven are like stones pressing down on seeds. Every independent production company must have the courage and perseverance to break through those stones to grow. Since its founding in early 1992, Guess What Films has faced competition and challenges from its peers many times, and has faced bankruptcy several times, such as last winter's and this summer's releases. But with the collaborative efforts of its employees, Guess What Films didn't shy away. It faced the competition head-on, winning challenge after challenge, and its performance improved steadily, growing from a small company to a large one, with film production and distribution capabilities no less than the Big Seven. We at Guess What Films are never afraid of challenges and competition. On the contrary, we love competition because every competition makes us stronger. Well said. Jerome clapped and cheered excitedly, acting as the atmosphere setter. Aaron Kutch tapped on the keyboard. Link. Judging from the current situation, the Big Seven Studios' actions this time are bigger and more aggressive than before. How do you plan to deal with this crisis? I'm not sure, because this hasn't been confirmed yet. Even if it is, there's no need to rush. The film industry competition ultimately comes down to box office and critical acclaim. As long as the film is well made and audiences are willing to support it, neither the Big Seven nor the Big Seven Studios can stop a film from becoming a blockbuster. Guess What Films is a film company with a guarantee of quality. Every film we've produced this year has received audience support. Whether it's Pulp Fiction, Speed, Seven, The Mask, or Good Will Hunting, they all became hits after their release. In the future, we will produce and release more classic films that are both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. We are confident that we will continue to achieve good box office results and win good reviews in the film market. Based on this, no matter how many competitors there are, or how powerful they are, we will win in the competition. And any attempt to stop the development of Guess What Films is just shooting themselves in the foot. This has been proven in previous competitions. Aaron, you asked me how to deal with this crisis, but you should actually ask the Big Seven Studios how to avoid it in the first place. My answer is to establish a close partnership with Guess Movies, which can also be seen from Columbia Pictures' performance over the past 2 years. Link laughed. Well said. That makes sense. If I were the president of one of the Big Seven Studios, I would definitely partner with Guess Movies. Jerome clapped. Aaron Couch laughed. The film projects Columbia Pictures has worked on with Guess Movies have indeed achieved good results, but according to inside information, Columbia Pictures President John Peters also participated in this meeting targeting Guess Movies. Will this affect the cooperation between the two companies? It won't have any impact on the current cooperation, Link said confidently. Okay, Link, let's move on to the next topic, Aaron Kutch said. Guess What Films is currently preparing for its second round of financing. Your company's offer for this round is $1.6 billion. According to the Wall Street Journal, Wall Street investment banks generally believe that this offer is too high and the investment risk is too great. Currently, no investment company has explicitly stated that it will participate in the financing. The Wall Street Journal believes that Guess What Films has a very high chance of failing in this round of financing. Link, what do you think of this statement? What do you think the probability of this round of financing succeeding is? Link thought for a moment and said, this round of financing will not fail. Those who think this round of financing will fail should look at Guess What Films' report card this year. We have released 9 films, and the total box office in North America has exceeded $840 million, ranking first in the industry. The global box office has exceeded $1.6 billion, and it is expected to exceed $2.2 billion in the future, which is more profitable than any other film company in the world. The world's most profitable film company offered $1.6 billion, which is a very modest price. If no one is willing to invest, then it's not a problem with Guess Movies, but a problem with the investment companies. They lack investment vision. When Guess Movies' market value reaches a new high in the future, they will definitely regret their current decision. That's true, Jerome said. Guess Movies is not only the most profitable film company in the world, but also the fastest growing film company. At the end of last year, its market value was less than $300 million, and this year it has reached $1.6 billion, more than 5 times. If it doubles again next year, Guess Movies' market value will reach $3 billion, and all investors can make a fortune from this investment. Jerome was too engrossed in the story, gritting his teeth and slamming his fist on the table, saying, it's a pity I don't have any money. If I had $100 million, I would definitely hurry up and buy shares in Guess Movies. Link, why don't you take Guess Movies public? After it goes public, I can also buy some shares. Link smiled and said, I will try to take Guess Movies public in the future. Aaron Kutch, hearing Link's words, also felt that investing in Guess Movies was very worthwhile, but unfortunately he didn't have any money on hand. We also know that Guess Movies has huge investment potential, but Wall Street investment banks don't think it's worth $1.6 billion. If this round of financing fails, will you consider lowering the price? Aaron Kutch continued to ask. No. First of all, this round of financing will not fail. Secondly, in my hands, the value of Guess Movies shares will never depreciate. One reason is that my colleagues and I are confident in managing the company well and winning the competition with other companies. Furthermore, I am confident that through Guess Movies, we can release more critically acclaimed and commercially successful films. In the future, Guess Movies will develop better and better, and depreciation will never happen to Guess Movies, Link said confidently. Aaron Kutch nodded, his hands typing rapidly on the keyboard, recording his words. Next topic, Aaron Kutch continued the interview with other topics, including Guess Movies' remarkable achievements in the box office market this year, ranking first in the industry's total box office, the reasons for this achievement, Guess Movies' plans for next year, and how to maintain its current advantage and not be surpassed, etc. The interview lasted for more than an hour. Link answered over 20 questions, showcasing his attitude towards the 7 major film studios, his thoughts on the future of the film industry, and his confidence in Guess Movie Studios. He was hoarse from talking. After the interview, Jerome invited the two to play bowling at the mall's bowling alley. Link played 2 rounds of bowling with the 2 prematurely aged middle-aged men. While bowling, Link received a message from Joan Chen saying she had arrived in Los Angeles and brought some local specialties. Chapter 283. This local specialty is dazzlingly beautiful. Link, let's play golf sometime. I feel more confident playing golf, Jerome said, wiping his sweat with a towel. Okay. But you really need to work out. You sweat even when bowling. It's obvious you're lacking exercise. Do you think everyone is as strong as you? I'm really curious how a director like you has such athletic talent. It's not talent, it's all hard work. If you exercise for an hour every day for more than 2 years, you'll find that turning 18 isn't so far away. Link smiled, said goodbye to Jerome and Aaron Kutch, and drove to his apartment on Santa Monica Avenue. This apartment was also one of Link's properties, with 2 living rooms, 2 bedrooms, and 4 bathrooms. He bought it for $1.2 million in 1992, and it's now worth more than $1.5 million, more spacious and comfortable than Chen Chong's original apartment. After enjoying Chen Chong's home-cooked meals a few times earlier this year, Link decided to let her use this apartment, considering that her original place was inconvenient. Link, you're here. As soon as Link stepped out of the elevator, Chen Chong rushed over, bringing with her a fragrant scent, and hugged his waist tightly, her arms around him as if clutching a lifeline. Her eyes were filled with fervent longing, like someone gazing at a lover in the throes of passion. Link couldn't help but admire the woman's acting skills. From a director's perspective, her body language, words, and expressions all conveyed an attitude. She was deeply infatuated with and passionately loved the man before her, almost flawlessly. However, considering her own abilities and charm, Chen Chong's behavior after not seeing him for months could also be a genuine expression of her feelings. Link lowered his head and kissed her. Chen Chong immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back, her voluptuous body trembling in his arms. Why are you so excited? Link asked, lifting her chin with his fingers. I haven't seen you for almost 8 months. I've thought about you every day. Now that I've finally seen you, of course I'm very excited. Chen Chong rolled her eyes at him, her eyes and expression becoming charming and alluring. A woman in her early 30s, once she's willing to let go of her inhibitions and display her alluring and seductive side, possesses a stronger attraction and sexual tension than women of any other age. Chen Chong wasn't a top-tier beauty, but she had a good figure, was outgoing, and knew how to showcase her strengths, which made her even more captivating. Let's wait until we're back inside to be affectionate. This is a public place. There are people inside. Can you pamper me here for a bit? I've missed you so much. Chen Chong hugged him tightly, her hands tracing the contours of his strong back muscles, her breath hot against his chest. Link glanced at her thin, strappy dress, then led her to a dark corner. The motion-activated lights in the hallway dimmed, and soon a slender figure walked over, looked around, and, seemingly startled, fled back inside. After a while, she opened the door again, continuing to listen to the sounds outside. 10 minutes later, footsteps returned to the hallway, and the door closed softly. Link, how did you become so amazing? You're 100 times better than last time. Chen Chong slowly walked out, clinging to his arm. Although her clothes were tattered, her steps were unsteady, and she was panting. Her rosy cheeks and the undisguised spring-like joy in her eyes showed that she was in good spirits. You just said there were people in the house. Who were they? Link put his arm around her waist to prevent her from falling to the ground. No one, just tell me how you're so amazing. Don't change the subject. Link patted the succulent. Be gentle. I said I'd bring you some local specialties last time. They're in the house. Go see if you like them. If not, I'll bring you something prettier next time. I hope it's not a hassle. I know you're busy with work and don't like trouble, so I won't bother you. The one in the house is voluntary. She's using this method to exchange roles. Focus on making movies. Don't do that. If she's suitable, give her the role. If not, find someone else. Our purpose in making movies is to win awards and make money, not to pick up girls. Spending millions to pick up girls isn't worth it, and I don't need to do it this way. I understand. But besides exchanging roles, she also admires you. She's read many news reports about you back home. When we're together, she keeps asking me, is Link really as handsome as in the photos? He's only 22, worth billions of dollars, richer than the richest man in the country. How did he do it? How can he make so many great movies at such a young age? Is he a genius? Chen Chong mimicked a woman's voice and smiled slightly. She was captivated by you before she even saw you. If you're willing to get close to her, she'll be overjoyed. Link shook his head, still uninterested. Hollywood is the world's richest place in terms of female resources, teeming with beautiful women. Before becoming famous, picking up girls required some effort. Now, as a billionaire and a famous director, he not only doesn't need to put in that effort, but he also needs to guard against those so-called goddesses getting close. Besides, Guest C Pictures is currently in a crucial period of development, and he spends all his time and energy on making movies and managing Guest C Pictures, not wanting to waste his energy on other things. Is dinner ready? Let's eat first. Yes, I made a lot of your favorite dishes. Chen Chong took his arm and walked into the apartment. Standing at the door was a woman with an oval face, long, straight black hair, wearing a floral dress, fair skin, and beautiful features. However, her flushed cheeks and constantly shifting eyes suggested that she was easily shy. Link, this is Chen Hong, isn't she beautiful? Chen Chong put his arm around the woman's shoulder and pushed her in front of Link. Miss Chen is a beauty, Link praised. This woman was indeed one of the most beautiful actresses in the Chinese entertainment industry in the 1990s. Her portrayals of Change and Diao Chen were breathtakingly beautiful, unmatched by anyone. She was 25 or 26 years old this year, her temperament and figure gradually maturing. She possessed both the purity and demureness of a young girl and the mature charm of a young woman, belonging to the most beautiful age for a woman. Link reached out and shook her hand, greeting her politely, but Chen Hong's eyes flickered, unable to look him in the eye. Sister Chong, the black chicken soup is ready, I'll turn off the heat, Chen Hong said. Okay, Link, there are still a few dishes that haven't been cooked yet. Why don't you sit in the living room for a while? Chen Hong. You keep Link company and chat. Okay, Link went to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and picked up a copy of today's Los Angeles Times to read. By the end of the year, newspapers were mostly filled with entertainment news, including recent movie box office figures, celebrity news, and events like the Philippine hijacking, the Gizhou UFO incident, the Chechen War, and the Hachinohe earthquake in Japan. Several of these news items were related to him. The first was about Pulp Fiction, which, after more than half a year in theaters, had surpassed $100 million at the North American box office and accumulated $210 million worldwide. The slow growth in North American box office was mainly due to Miramax's different distribution strategy compared to Guess Movies. Guess Movies was willing to spend money on film distribution and media hype, unafraid of losses. Miramax, on the other hand, was more cautious in its marketing, investing less money and relying mainly on word of mouth to build momentum. This approach was more cost-effective and less likely to result in losses, but the return on investment was slower. There were pros and cons, with Pulp Fiction surpassing $200 million worldwide. Guess Movies was entitled to over $40 million according to the agreement. The initial investment was $5 million, resulting in an 8-fold return. The media exclaimed that Guess Movies was about to make another fortune, and that this year's performance would be even better. Another piece of gossip caught Link's attention. The Los Angeles Times reported that supermodel Cindy Crawford recently contacted divorce lawyers, preparing to divorce Richard Gere, ending their 4-year marriage. However, this news has not yet been confirmed by the parties involved. Link and Cindy Crawford haven't had much private contact, having only spoken a few times on the phone. Cindy Crawford accepted his invitation and, later, with a recommendation of Flash Capital, became a Victoria's Secret lingerie model. Currently, the Victoria's Secret fashion show hasn't been held yet, and the brand's fame isn't as great as it would be more than a decade later. If Cindy Crawford wants to reach the top of the supermodel rankings, she will need more resources. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Is someone who appreciates gentleness but isn't infatuated with beauty considered a gentleman? Mr. Lin, please have some tea. In the living room, Chen Hong carefully placed a teacup on the table. Thank you. How many years have you been an actress, Ms. Chen? Lin K put down his newspaper and asked. I started acting in TV dramas in 1985, almost 10 years ago. Chen Hong sat on the opposite sofa, her hands nervously pressing against her knees, her voice gentle, with a touch of a Jiangnan folk tune. Which is paid more, TV dramas or movies in China? Domestic film and television actors' salaries aren't high. Top-tier TV drama actors earn at most 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per episode, while some movie actors can earn tens or hundreds of thousands. However, there are fewer movies produced each year, and fewer acting opportunities, so it's completely incomparable to Hollywood. Chen Hong had been reading the newspaper on the plane, which said that top Hollywood actors' salaries reach tens of millions of US dollars, and top actors' salaries reach 20 million US dollars. Lin K was even more impressive. He made movies for Warner Brothers, with a base salary of 10 million, plus box office revenue sharing. He earned tens of millions. He earned more for one movie than all the actors in China combined. It's different. The domestic film and television industry is still in its early stages of marketization. Low film costs and low actor salaries are normal. In a few years, domestic actors' salaries might even be higher than those in Hollywood. Higher than Hollywood? Chen Hong didn't believe it. In Hollywood, Schwarzenegger, Jim Carrey, and Tom Hanks each received 20 million yuan in salary, equivalent to 140 million yuan. Earning over 100 million yuan for a single film in China, becoming a billionaire, Chen Hong couldn't imagine such a thing. Lin K smiled slightly. If he didn't know the future, he wouldn't believe it either. In 1994, China's GDP was 4.8 trillion yuan, equivalent to about 550 billion US dollars. At that time, very few people in China had a net worth exceeding 100 million yuan. They were all wealthy and influential figures. Only decades later, with China's rapid economic development, becoming the world's second largest economy and the world's largest manufacturing nation, billionaires seemed to be everywhere, and actors earning over 100 million yuan in salary were commonplace in the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry then was like Hollywood today, a place where all young people pursue their dreams. Link, you have some time now. Would you like to take a look at the scripts I brought? Chen Chong came out of the kitchen, wearing an apron and carrying a plate of sliced fruit. She exuded the air of a virtuous wife and loving mother, making it hard to imagine that not long ago she had taken the initiative to make advances in the hallway. Where are the scripts, Chen Hong? Could you get them for me? Chen Chong pointed, and Chen Hong quickly got up and took several scripts from her suitcase, placing them on the table. Link took them and looked at them. The first script was Kin Song, written by Lu Wei, who is also the screenwriter for the films Farewell My Concubine and To Live. The director was Josiah Owen, one of the fifth-generation directors, who played the sweeper monk in Hu Jun's version of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Kin Song tells the story of the love-hate relationship between Gao Jianli, a musician from the Warring States period, and Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zhen. The script's plot was quite far-fetched. Historically, Ying Zheng was a hostage in the state of Zhao, which became the state of Yan. He grew up with Gao Jianli, who was born of the same mother, and they became childhood friends. Later, Ying Zheng destroyed the Yan state, and Gao Jianli became a prisoner, working as a musician in Shenyang. He fell in love with Princess Liang, the disabled daughter of Qin Shi Huang, and even raped her, helping her regain her mobility. Princess Liang also fell in love with Gao Jianli because of this. However, Qin Shi Huang, in order to win over his general Wang Ben, married Princess Liang to him. Princess Liang committed suicide in her bridal chamber. Upon hearing the news of Princess Liang's death and the killing of Yan prisoners, Gao Jianli assassinated Ying Zheng with his zither on the day of Ying Zheng's ascension to the throne. The script's strengths lie in its strong drama, grand scenes, and well-developed characters. However, it also has many weaknesses. To increase dramatic conflict, it haphazardly fabricates history, making the plot seem melodramatic. Furthermore, the main storyline is unclear. It neither explores friendship nor love, nor does it delve into human nature, nor does it glorify or criticize historical figures. It merely crudely imitates the settings of Hollywood movies, resulting in a film with little meaning and limited investment value. Link, what do you think? Chen Chong asked. Oh no. I've also read the records of the Grand Historian, and the story doesn't exist at all. Generally, historical films adapt stories based on either official historical records or unofficial histories, folktales, anecdotes, and interesting stories. Where did the story of Gao Jianli and Ying Zheng come from? Chen Chong and Chen Hong couldn't answer. They hadn't expected that Lin Kei, who grew up in the United States, would have read the records of the Grand Historian. Forget about this script. If they want to make a historical film, they should properly adapt a well-known historical event, such as Jing Kei's assassination attempt on the King of Qin, Zhuan Zhu's assassination attempt on King Liao of Wu, or the feast at Hongmen. Don't just make up a historical event. Such films lack both entertainment value and meaning. Lin Kei remembered that The Emperor's Shadow was the first big-budget historical film in China, but because of its fabricated story, it was banned from theaters and suffered a huge box office loss. Later, Chen Cage made The Emperor and the Assassin, and Zhang Yimou made Hero, both based on the same subject. The latter two films received better reviews and critical acclaim. If they revise the script, can we invest? Chen Chong asked. Sure. China has a history of 5,000 years, with countless historical anecdotes. As long as we dig deep enough, we can write good stories and make good movies. These kinds of movies also have commercial potential. Okay, I'll go back and have them revise the script. If they don't, we won't invest. Let them do whatever they want. Chen Chong sat beside him, stroking his arm, as if to soothe him and prevent him from getting angry. Lin Kei flipped through the other scripts and finally chose 3, Xiao Yu the Girl, Stars and Lights, and Zhang Chenggong. The first two were art films with female themes and low production costs. Zhang Chenggong was a historical war film with a relatively complete story and detailed historical materials. Its shortcomings were that the scenes were not grand enough, the dramatic conflicts were not strong enough, the character development was relatively thin, and the dialogue was not impactful enough. Lin Kei planned to revise the script himself and then arrange for a Hollywood crew to come to China to direct the filming, making this film like Titanic, creating an epic film, and also as a tribute to the 1997 handover. You can choose the rest yourself. Don't worry about losing money. Given the current state of the domestic film market, making movies doesn't make much money anyway, Lin Kei said, putting down the script. Why would we invest in movies if we don't make money? Chen Chong asked in surprise. To expand the market, cultivate audiences, and of course, for the sake of cinematic art. At this stage, it's difficult to make money making movies in China, but investing in movies also has its advantages, such as invigorating the domestic film market, accumulating connections and reputation, making it easier to share the profits when the film market matures in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you. While reading the script, Chen Chong and Chen Hong brought dishes to the table, including a bottle of Maute. The three of them ate, drank, and chatted. The two Chens sat on either side, eagerly urging him to drink, seemingly trying to get him drunk. However, he was in good health and had a high alcohol tolerance. He drank more than half a bottle without getting drunk. On the contrary, after drinking a few glasses, the two women's cheeks became rosy, and their fragrance mingled with the aroma of the wine. Chen Chong also became more charming, her clothes becoming looser, and finally she nestled in his arms to toast him. Chen Hong, no longer reserved, sat beside him, urging him to drink and eat, her laughter and voice sweet and gentle. Link stayed at the apartment that night. Before leaving the next day, he left Chen Chong a check for $100,000 for their expenses in Los Angeles, telling her to call if she needed anything else. He explained he was busy with work and probably wouldn't have time to come over often. Chen Chong bid him a reluctant farewell at the door, only returning to the apartment after he entered the elevator, leaning against the wall for support. Back in the bedroom, she saw Chen Hong still curled up under the blanket, her slender figure appearing shapely beneath a thin blanket. She went over and patted her bulge. "Don't sleep, let's go shopping." "Not today, I'm not feeling well," Chen Hong said shyly. "Haha, now you know what a real man is like, right?" Chen Chong teased, leaning down. Chen Hong nodded, her cheeks flushed. This encounter had indeed greatly shocked her and broadened her horizons. She hadn't realized there were such impressive men in the world. "Sis, Link just gave you a check, why did you accept it?" "Wasn't that inappropriate?" "It's not inappropriate. For someone like Link, money is nothing. He left the check not because he looks down on us, but because he cares about our life in Los Angeles and wants us to be comfortable. It would be impolite of me to refuse." "I see," Chen Hong nodded, seemingly understanding. "Guess how much money Link left?" "How much?" $100,000. That much? That's over 700,000 yuan in China, enough to buy a luxury apartment in Beijing. Stingy. Fortune magazine says Link is worth over $2 billion, richer than a country. We can be his women, using his resources, and earn countless amounts of money in the future. $100,000 is nothing, sis, I'll listen to you. Chapter 285. Too many wolves and not enough meat. You want me to cut my own flesh? Sorry, I can't do that. Upon arriving at the company, Link glanced at the newspaper for a while before calling a meeting with executives Michael Leeson, Joe Ferrer, John Gordon, and Liu Xiaoli. Given the numerous rumors circulating in the industry, Link instructed them to reassure the employees, regardless of whether the 7 major studios were targeting Guest C Pictures or whether the company's second round of financing would succeed. Their priority was to focus on the company's operations, including the promotion of new films, next year's work plan, and the participation of the Butterfly Effect in the Berlin International Film Festival early next year, ensuring no mishaps occurred in these crucial matters. He would handle everything else. Michael Leeson and the others expressed their understanding. During the meeting, Link received a call from Greg Davis, the chief investor of Vanguard Capital. Davis told him that due to his high offer, Vanguard Capital's investment department, after review, did not intend to participate in the next round of financing. However, if he was willing to lower his offer, reducing Guest C Pictures' market value to below $800 million, and offering more than 50% of the shares for financing, he was confident he could persuade Vanguard Capital's investment department to participate in the second round of financing. Shortly after Greg's call, Paul Hankerson of Morgan Stanley Investment Management also called, saying that Morgan was withdrawing from this round of investment for reasons similar to those of Vanguard Capital. Hankerson stated that he had offered too few shares, preventing many large investment firms from participating and leading to unequal distribution of profits. Investment firms that didn't benefit would use the 7 major film studios to suppress guest movies, inevitably impacting its development. Hankerson suggested he offer more shares for financing, increasing the number of participating investors so everyone could benefit, and other investment firms would no longer target guest movies. Link understood their meaning. There were too many wolves and not enough meat to go around. They wanted him to be the sucker. Link told them that $1.6 billion was the lowest offer and there would be no further reduction. 30% of the shares in the second round of financing was also the limit. These two bottom lines would not change. If they didn't want to continue financing, that was fine too. Guest Movies was doing well, developing rapidly, and had no shortage of investors. Link, think about it again. Greg Davis, unwilling to give up, began to persuade him. Guess the Movies has made too much money in the past 2 years, and before Guess the Movies, this money originally belonged to the 7 major studios, to the shareholders of the 7 major corporations. If you don't accept their investment, you will anger them, and they will use the 7 major studios to sanction Guess the Movies. As one of the company's investors, Vanguard Capital doesn't want to see this happen either, but those capital forces are powerful, and Vanguard Capital can't resist them. Guess the Movies' development will inevitably encounter more obstacles, and its returns will decline. On the contrary, accepting more capital financing will give Guess the Movie's financial and channel support, accelerating its development. In the long run, lowering the offer and increasing the financing amount is actually more beneficial for you and Guess the Movies. I'll offer 30% for financing. That's a considerable amount, Link said. But the price is too high. No one will accept this offer. Greg, I really don't understand your thinking. A company that the 7 major studios consider a mortal enemy, needing to unite against, a company favored by all Wall Street investment firms, vying for funding. Where's the $1.6 billion valuation? Actually, the $1.6 billion valuation was inflated by the 7 major studios. If they hadn't valued Guess Movies so much, I wouldn't even know it was worth so much. Oh, Greg Davis wanted to retort, but found Link's words made perfect sense. The fact that Guess Movies was targeted by the 7 Hollywood giants and snatched up by Wall Street investment firms precisely demonstrated its value. At this point, even someone completely ignorant of the market would raise the price. Link, you're absolutely right, but have you considered the consequences of going to war with the 7 big studios? The consequence would be that Guess Movies would go bankrupt under their pressure. Is that a serious consequence? I have the ability to create Guess Movies, the highest grossing film of the year, within 3 years. I have the ability to create another one. Do you believe me? Link said confidently. Greg Davis grinned. This was a fact, he couldn't deny it. Guess Movies' growth and expansion largely depended on Link's personal wealth and ability. Link was the absolute core of the company. As long as he was there, even if Guess Movies went bankrupt, it wouldn't be a big problem. Link, you're right, but I still hope you can lower your offer. How about $1.2 billion? If you're willing to lower it to $1.2 billion, I'm 80% confident I can convince the investors. My initial offer was $1.8 billion to $2 billion, but out of sincerity, I'm lowering it to $1.6 billion. $1.6 billion is my bottom line, and I will not budge any further. Link's tone was firm, and he continued slowly. Furthermore, given the current complex situation, the company needs to prepare for the pressure from the 7 major film studios and requires more funds. To be on the safe side, we will not distribute dividends this year, leaving sufficient funds for film production, film promotion, and distribution. At the same time, to improve the company's competitiveness, we plan to acquire several more film production and distribution companies. Oh, Link, you can't do that. The company earned over $1 billion this year. Keeping $400 million for production and distribution costs is enough, the rest can be distributed as dividends, Greg Davis quickly said. You're right, but considering the current complex situation in Hollywood, facing pressure from the big 7 studios, Guess the Movies is at risk of bankruptcy at any time. We must reserve sufficient funds to guard against their pressure. Greg, you're a Wall Street investment banking elite, well versed in business, you should understand my approach. Fuck. Greg Davis covered the phone and cursed, using particularly offensive language. Dividends are the profits a company pays to investors annually based on a certain percentage of their shareholding. According to the normal dividend distribution procedure, after the box office revenue is collected at the end of the year, the company will distribute dividends to shareholders proportionally over the next few months. Last year, Guess the Movies' profits were around $1 billion. Retaining $400 million as costs, they distributed $600 million as dividends. With a 12% stake, Leading Capital would receive over $60 million. And when they acquired Guess the Movie shares last year, they only spent $60 million, meaning they recouped their investment in just 1 year. This was an incredibly lucrative investment, and arguably his most successful during his tenure as Chief Investment Officer of Vanguard Capital. It's now being studied as a classic investment case by numerous companies. However, Link is now announcing no dividends this year, intending to use $1 billion in reserves to compete against the 7 major film studios. $1 billion, that's an outrageous figure, even Fortune 500 companies don't have such a massive reserve. Link is going to use this money to challenge the 7 studios. Greg Davis is furious. Vanguard Capital isn't just a shareholder in Guess the Movie, it also holds significant stakes in Disney, Time Warner, 20th Century Fox, and other companies, ranking among the top 5 on various boards. Link using $1 billion to fight the 7 studios is like fighting fire with fire for Vanguard Capital. Regardless of who wins, Vanguard Capital will be the loser. Greg Davis is furious and wants to berate Link and demand dividends. But Link is the founder and major shareholder of Guess the Movie, wielding absolute power on the board. He said the company would pay dividends whenever it wanted, and if he said he wouldn't pay dividends for the time being, the other shareholders' objections were invalid. If Link delayed dividends and then manipulated the accounts to withhold them, it wouldn't be easy for them to find out. Sometimes, to appease Link, they even had to be mindful of his mood. This was precisely why they desperately wanted to control the board of directors of Guessing Pictures. If the investment company controlled the board, they could also appoint professional managers to manage the company, and the investment company could participate in the supervision of everything from company finances and film project costs to annual dividends. This would maximize the protection of the investment company's interests. If Link continued to run Guessing Pictures, he could not only control the shareholders' dividends, but also use the opportunity of making movies to pocket those dividends. For example, he could take the opportunity to demand extremely high salaries and box office shares when directing company films, or offer extremely high salaries to his women. The investment company couldn't interfere with these things. Now that Link heard that leading capital wasn't participating in financing, he was using this method to retaliate against leading capital, which made Greg Davis laugh in anger. Link, that bastard, is playing with fire. If the investors at Vanguard Capital get angry about this and support the Big 7 studios in suppressing Guess the Movie, or sell their shares in Guess the Movie, then Guess the Movie will definitely be removed from Hollywood. Greg wanted to use this to threaten Link, but then he remembered what Link had said. Link said he wasn't afraid of competition, and it wouldn't matter if Guess the Movie went bankrupt competing with the Big 7 studios. It sounded like he was just saying it out of anger. But it was also true. Link wasn't an ordinary person, he was a billionaire, worth billions of dollars, and his movies were all box office hits. If Guess the Movie went bankrupt, he could indeed start another one. In the end, Link would lose hundreds of millions, and they would lose tens of millions. Link would only lose his own money, so the impact wouldn't be significant. But they would lose their clients' money, and the consequences would be severe. Thinking of this, Greg Davis suppressed his almost explosive temper and calmly persuaded Link, saying he would continue to lobby the company's senior management to persuade them to continue supporting Guess the Movie. Alright, Gray, it's settled then. Once Guess the Movie weathers this storm, we'll reward our shareholders with generous dividends. Hanging up the phone, Link chuckled coldly. These bastards got the benefits but didn't want to put in the effort, and they wanted even more. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The next round of financing will dilute their shares. Not long after, he received a call from Paul Hankerson of Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley is one of the top 5 investment firms on Wall Street, and it also has shares in the groups behind the 7 major film studios. Paul Hankerson's attitude was similar to Greg Davis's, demanding a price reduction and offering more shares for financing. Link's answer was the same, also stating that there would be no dividends this year to counter the pressure from the 7 major studios. Paul Hankerson also suppressed his resentment, saying he would continue to lobby within the company to persuade them to support Guess the Movies. Link expressed his gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Link continued the meeting, instructing Joe Fullerm, the vice president in charge of the company's development planning, to investigate other film companies and consider acquiring suitable targets to enhance the company's production and distribution capabilities. He also arranged for someone to contact Pixar Animation Studios and Blue Sky Animation Studios to inquire about their potential for sale. This year, Disney's animated film The Lion King grossed $700 or $800 million worldwide, demonstrating the commercial potential of animated films. If the two companies were willing to collaborate, guess what? Film could also use this opportunity to enter the animation production field. Chapter 286. The 7 major film studios wanted to gang up on him, but he was on vacation chasing girls. That's incredibly disrespectful. The acquisition of an animation studio was also a well-considered decision by Link. Currently, Guess the Movie's production department produces around 10 films annually. Acquiring a promising animation studio could increase film output and box office revenue. Furthermore, the U.S. film industry is nearing saturation, and the fastest way to grow and expand is through acquisitions of other production companies. Since last year, in addition to acquiring independent film studios, the 7 major Hollywood studios have been rumored to be preparing to acquire ABC and Time Warner to acquire Turner Broadcasting System, TBS. If these acquisitions are successful, The media conglomerates behind the 7 studios will further control Hollywood, making it even more difficult for independent film studios to survive. Force the movie to maintain its current advantages and secure a larger share of the box office. Acquiring a mature animation production company has become essential. Currently, acquiring Pixar Animation Studios is undoubtedly the best option. Pixar Animation Studios was founded in 1986 when Steve Jobs, who left Apple, acquired George Lucas's computer animation division for $10 million. After years of development, Pixar Studios has become an independent animation film production company, having released 5 animated short films in the past 2 years, receiving high praise in the entertainment industry. Future blockbuster animated films such as Toy Story, Finding Nemo, Monsters, Incorporated, and Cars all come from this company, demonstrating its immense potential. Considering that Steve Jobs is notoriously difficult to deal with, Link plans to personally speak with him after finishing his current work. That's all I have to say. Does anyone have anything to add? Link asked, taking a sip of water. Boss, headhunters have been poaching talent from our company recently, especially in the production department. Many employees have received job offers from other film companies with excellent terms. To prevent staff turnover, we suggest distributing year-end bonuses in installments, 50% upfront, and the remainder in June of next year, Michael Leeson said, straightening his back. Forget it. If anyone wants to leave, let them be. The company doesn't need to force them to stay. However, to prevent staff shortages, the HR department should prepare in advance and recruit new employees, Link said. Okay, Michael Leeson nodded. Seeing that everyone else had no objections, Link adjourned the meeting and asked Liu Xiaoli to stay behind. The others knew about their relationship, but out of respect for Link's authority, they didn't even glance at each other as they left, each taking their belongings with them. Next time you need something, call my assistant and ask me to come to your office to talk. If you ask me to stay directly during a work meeting, people will misunderstand, Liu Xiaoli said, her cheeks flushed. Misunderstand what? I'm here to discuss work, not to flirt with you. Link pinched her cheek and chuckled. Don't touch me like that, Liu Xiaoli slapped him, then quickly withdrew her hand, took a half step back with her laptop in her arms, and put on a stern face. Chairman, is there any work you need to sign? Link smiled gently and gestured for her to speak as they walked. The presidents of the 7 major film studios are having a meeting at the Death Star building. Saying they're going to target our guess what film studio. Considering the powerful media groups behind the 7 studios, they might use media tactics to attack the company's films and me personally. Your public relations department needs to pay attention to this. Make good use of media tools and legal means to clarify rumors and refute negative news. Don't be afraid to spend money in this media war. Apply for as much funding as needed. Our company has plenty of money and isn't worried about losing money. Also, focus on publicity strategies. Our opponents are powerful, and we are relatively weak. Only with good strategies can we win this battle. Liu Xiaoli listened attentively to his words, and only after he finished did she say, Chairman, please rest assured, we will pay attention to this kind of media attention. However, I also have a small suggestion. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Go ahead, you just said that our opponents might use dirt on you. At this time, can you please behave yourself and not engage in any outside affairs, giving our opponents ammunition for their attacks, Liu Xiaoli said with a stern face. Link chuckled softly. Are you talking about me staying out all night? I saw your sullen face during the meeting and knew you were complaining about me. No way. I don't want to meddle in your private affairs, and I have no interest in doing so. I was just doing this for work. Liu Xiaoli blinked her charming eyes. I was doing this for work last night too. Link mentioned Chen Chong, who had come to Los Angeles to discuss film investment projects and the future development plans of Dongfeng Film Company. He couldn't avoid meeting her. You're going to talk about work all night, Liu Xiaoli scoffed. I don't care if you go see her or sleep with her, but there are so many eyes watching you now, and maybe someone wants to harm you. It's not safe for you to sleep outside at night. If you're craving something new, bring her to the villa. Monica and I won't say anything. It's not good for you to sleep outside. We're all worried about you. Okay, I won't do it again. Link put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her smooth cheek. Liu Xiaoli pushed him away, but when she saw no one around, she let him hold her. After settling things at the company, and with a year drawing to a close, Link put aside his work and took his family to his Hawaiian estate for a Christmas vacation. While Link was on vacation, news broke that major investment firms like Vanguard Capital and Morgan Stanley Capital International had withdrawn from Guessing Pictures' second round of financing, causing a stir in both the entertainment and business circles. Media outlets predicted that Guessing Pictures' high asking price meant no investment firm was willing to take it on, and the round of financing was highly likely to fail. If the financing failed, under the combined pressure from the 7 major film studios, Guessing Pictures would struggle to survive and might rapidly decline, becoming a fleeting Hollywood film company. In its latest issue, Complete Cinema magazine provided an in-depth analysis of the current predicament and its causes for Guessing Pictures. Over the past 3 years, Guessing Pictures has released more than 20 films, from the stunning debut of Barrett to the artistic breakthrough of Good Will Hunting. This once small film company has transformed from an industry newcomer to a giant through a series of high-quality works. By 1994, Guess Movies had surpassed the traditional Big 7 studios with its astonishing market performance, becoming the year's box office champion and creating a legend among independent film companies. Unfortunately, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Guess Movies' meteoric rise inevitably challenged the established interests of traditional film giants, and this dazzling achievement, to some extent, sowed the seeds of future problems. Regarding Guess Movies' current operational difficulties, Complete Cinema magazine analyzed that management's strategic decision-making errors were the main cause of the current situation. Link, the company's key figure, exhibited an overly conservative business strategy, failing to adjust the profit-sharing mechanism in a timely manner. This solely profiting strategy ultimately led to collective resistance from competitors. Of particular note is the magazine's differing opinion on Link's insistence on a $1.6 billion offer. Safe Cinema magazine believes that under the current circumstances, if Link insists on this offer and refuses to share profits with the Big 7 studios, Guess Movies may face an even more severe survival crisis, or even bankruptcy. Haha, great. I was worried that when he heard the 7 major studios were joining forces against Guess Movies, he'd offer up shares to get capital backing, making it impossible for us to deal with him. Now, not only is he greedy, but he also can't see the bigger picture. He's offended several investment firms. Without their support, let's see what he can use to fight us. In the coffee shop, Michael Ovitz laughed heartily, holding a newspaper, in high spirits. Link is indeed very greedy. Hollywood is the domain of entertainment capital. The film industry thrives and develops only with capital support. Guess Movies has enjoyed the benefits of the film industry's growth but is unwilling to share. This is very unwise, Harvey Weinstein said, puffing on a cigar. Link's greed is a good thing. If he weren't greedy, the 7 studios wouldn't have joined forces against him, and the capital wouldn't have given up on him. Now I just hope the 7 studios act quickly and ruthlessly, and bankrupt Guess Movies as soon as possible. Robert Reiner, president of Castle Rock, became extremely excited after seeing the news in the newspaper. If Guess Movies went bankrupt, Castle Rock would have a great chance of surviving. Don't worry, several investment companies have reached a consensus to support the 7 studios in suppressing Guess Movies. With their support, Guess Movies is bound to fail. Michael Ovitz waved and laughed. But don't be too happy yet. Look at this news. Guess Movies announced a delay in dividend payments and is preparing to use $1 billion to deal with the current crisis. If this is true, it won't be easy for the 7 studios to join forces and take down this tough nut, Ron Meyer, vice president of CAA, said. Don't worry, with the 7 major film studios and their backers working together, even if Link had $10 billion, he wouldn't escape Wall Street's sanctions, let alone $1 billion, Michael Ovitz said. Everyone nodded. Wall Street is the financial center of the United States, the place where the world's wealth is most concentrated. This wealth is mainly managed and operated by banks, securities firms, and investment companies. Those famous investment companies manage hundreds of billions of dollars in capital, and even entertainment capital has tens of billions of dollars. Link trying to fight against entertainment capital with $1 billion is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Haha. Encountering something like this during Christmas, Link is probably very anxious right now, and won't even be in the mood to attend holiday parties, right? Robert Reiner laughed. Harvey Weinstein's hand holding the cigar paused, and he said with a strange expression, I heard that Link took several girlfriends to Hawaii for vacation a few days ago. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry, which is strange. That's impossible. With the 7 major film studios working together to suppress him, how could he be in the mood for vacation at this time? He must be pretending to be calm, Michael Ovitz said with a serious face. Facing the combined pressure from the 7 major film studios, Link should be incredibly anxious, so anxious he wouldn't be able to sleep, so anxious the world would be collapsing. How could he possibly be on vacation in Hawaii at a time like this? Ovitz couldn't believe it. He took out his phone and called his paparazzi to inquire about Link's whereabouts. The paparazzi confirmed it was true. Link was indeed vacationing at his estate on Oahu, Hawaii, accompanied by 7 girlfriends, bodyguards, and nannies. Since Moon Beach Estate was private property with high security, they had no chance to sneak in and see what Link was doing. Damn it, Michael Ovitz angrily slammed down the phone. That bastard Link was incredibly disrespectful. The 7 major studios in Wall Street were trying to crush him, and instead of panicking, he was out chasing women and on vacation? He had to teach that bastard a lesson. See how he could possibly vacation like that. Chapter 287 Anger, an unvented anger, about to explode. What to do? Michael Ovitz instructed his assistant to contact his paparazzi, instructing them to pass on the numerous scandalous details they had gathered about Link to the media. The goal was to use the media to sensationalize Link's affairs with various female celebrities, portraying him as a promiscuous playboy with an extremely decadent and chaotic private life. According to the paparazzi's collected information, Link had close relationships with over 30 female celebrities, most of whom were top stars, including Monica Bellucci, Jennifer Connelly, Jennifer Aniston, Renee Zellweger, Sandra Bullock, Brooke Shields, and many more. When Michael Ovitz saw this information, his eyes were bloodshot with jealousy, and veins bulged on his forehead. As the president of CAA and a billionaire, even dating these women wasn't easy. Managing so many shrewd and difficult women simultaneously was even more challenging. Yet this bastard Link not only managed to date these female celebrities, but also managed to keep them at peace, even vacationing together in Hawaii. This huge disparity infuriated Michael Ovitz. They were both men, both billionaires, so why was Link, that bastard, so popular? Damn Link, don't get cocky, your good days are over, Michael Ovitz growled in a low voice. Boss, the PR department called asking if we should publish all of this. Several of the actresses listed here are clients of our company, an assistant asked as he entered the office. Publish it. Publish it all. I warned them not to have too much contact with Link, but they wouldn't listen. So don't blame me for indiscriminate attacks. Michael Ovitz waved his hand angrily. The file listed Jodie Foster, Michelle Pfeiffer, Julianne Moore, Madonna, Angelina Jolie, and others as clients of CAA. Ever since that bet in 1993, everyone in the industry knew his relationship with Link was extremely poor. He had publicly stated on multiple occasions that he didn't want his artists to work with Guess the Movies and wanted to keep their distance from Link. But these people ignored his words and continued to associate with Link. This also shows that these women betrayed him in his struggle with Link, choosing to side with Link. Thinking about this, Michael Ovitz became even angrier and less willing to let these women off the hook. However, shortly after his assistant left, CAA Vice President Jay Maloney personally came to his office, advising him to reconsider the matter of using scandals to create negative news about Link. This was because the materials involved several important CAA clients, including Jodie Foster and Michelle Pfeiffer. Currently, Jodie Foster and others are at the height of their popularity, with their salaries and fame steadily increasing. Their earnings are a major source of revenue for the company. At this time, creating negative news about them would undoubtedly affect their careers and salaries. Furthermore, according to the company's contracts with clients, CAA's public relations department is obligated to help refute and manage negative news after a client story breaks. Using the media to refute rumors is spending CAA's money. This approach is self-harm and highly inappropriate. Jay Maloney did not support this practice. Michael Ovitz was furious at his rebuttal. As far as he knew, Jay Maloney was also among those who had been closely associated with Link. Now that he was going to release dirt on Link, Maloney's immediate intervention was undoubtedly a betrayal of him and of CAA. Jay, I have to remind you, the president of CAA is Michael Ovitz, not Jay Maloney. I can do whatever I want without your permission, Michael Ovitz shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Jay Malone took a half step back to avoid being sprayed in the face with spittle. Michael, I know you're the president and founder of CAA, the entire CAA belongs to you, and that's precisely why I am here to advise you against this. Firstly, it's not cost-effective. Secondly, The company's poor performance last year led to a significant reduction in resources, intensified internal competition, and many clients are preparing to switch agencies. Meanwhile, competitors WMA, Utah, and ICM are taking advantage of the situation, poaching talent from our company. If a scandal involving us actively creating negative information about our clients breaks out now, what will our clients think? If Jodie Foster and the others are dissatisfied with the company's actions and jump ship to rival agencies, the company's losses will be even greater. Michael, you are the best agent in the world, the agent who cares most about client satisfaction, and the mentor of all of us agents. I really don't understand how you've become like this. Michael Ovitz's expression changed upon hearing his words. Jem Malone was right, he was indeed the best agent in the world and had always been very attentive to the thoughts of his artists. Back when CAA wasn't yet Hollywood's Nambo Bay, he personally accompanied Paul Newman on bumper cars in a park to sign him. To sign Dustin Hoffman, he took him to Hot Spring and even introduced him to several married women. He also personally signed Tom Cruise, Martin Scorsese, Sean Connery, and many others. All of these individuals were signed by him through genuine effort and personal involvement, gradually transforming CAA into one of Hollywood's most powerful agencies. However, at some point, he began to disregard the feelings and needs of his clients, and he became indifferent to their comings and goings. Since last year, CAA hasn't gained any new big-name artists and has even lost several important clients due to various issues, including Richard Gere, Robert Downey Jr., Dustin Hoffman, Keanu Reeves, and Sandra Bullock. Given CAA's current situation, it can't afford to continue this drastic change, otherwise, it risks being overtaken by competing agencies. Michael Ovitz frowned deeply, his hatred for Link growing stronger. If it weren't for Link, CAA wouldn't be in this state. Alright, as you say, don't expose any of CAA's female stars yet. Sophia's best not to be exposed either. Director Capello will probably be unhappy, Jem Waltoni said. Damn it. He's unhappy about his daughter being involved in this kind of scandal. Why can't he keep a close eye on her and prevent her from messing around with Link? Probably can't control her, HMPH. Then get rid of Sophia. Michael Ovitz didn't want to argue with old Coppola. And Jennifer Aniston, we're trying to get her on board. Exposing her negative news now is like pushing her to a rival agency. Besides, her starring role in Friends is a hit series on NBC. The network doesn't want to see this kind of news. NBC's parent company is General Electric, which is also a conglomerate owning various media groups and shares in CAA. Michael Ovitz gritted his teeth. Take her off too. Damn it. I really don't understand what's so great about that bastard Link. What's so charming about a Chinese guy like him? Why do they still get involved with him even though they know he's a playboy? Isn't there a better man in the world than Link? Jem Malone didn't answer, continuing to look at the documents in his hand. Damn it, what are you still looking at? Don't tell me there's anyone else whose dirt can't be exposed, Michael Ovitz shouted angrily. Removing those women have the number of female celebrities on the list, and after these negative news reports were published, the attacks on Link also decreased by half. It was like he was going to punch Link hard, but now he could only deliver half a punch. The retracted half punch almost caused him internal injury. That's it. Seeing his expression, Jem Malone didn't try to persuade him further, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. Wait, Michael Ovitz stared at him and said, Jay, you're someone I personally recruited to CAA, someone I have high hopes for. I know you've had close ties with Link in the past, but I hope this ends here. Now that Link is being suppressed by the 7 major studios, guess the movies won't survive for long either. Continuing to associate with him won't do you any good, Michael, you misunderstand. My frequent interactions with Link are mainly for work. He's the owner of Guess the Movies, the most commercially valuable director, and has many resources. My interactions with him are to help clients acquire resources, not for personal matters, and personal relationships won't affect my work, Jeremy Maroney said. You'd better keep your word, Michael Ovitz said with a dark face. Michael, I will. Jeremy Maroney took his folder and left. Bang. Michael Ovitz watched his back disappear through the door and angrily slammed his fist on his desk. Jeremy Maroney said that his interactions with Link were for acquiring resources, not for personal relationships. Whether it was true or not, it showed one thing: he wouldn't break off his relationship with Link because of this. Jem Waltoni's outright rejection of his proposal was clearly disrespectful. Michael Ovitz desperately wanted to fire this jerk, but he couldn't. At some point, Gemaltoy had gained the support of several board members and key clients, becoming one of the most powerful figures at CAA. Forcibly firing him would inevitably cause turmoil within CAA and affect his control over the company. Michael Ovitz considered the situation and decided to tolerate him for a while. Once he had dealt with Link and Guess the Movies, and had more free time, he would properly reorganize CAA's management, remove people like Gemaltoy, and re-establish his authority within the company. After Gemaltoy left, Michael Ovitz instructed the PR department to send these materials to the media as soon as possible, regardless of who contacted them. He couldn't wait to see Link's furious reaction. Chapter 288 Ha! A huge wave of dirt is coming, Link, get ready. Despite overcoming numerous obstacles and spending a considerable amount of money, Michael Ovitz finally released the negative information. Since Link was already a notorious Hollywood playboy with a string of scandals since 1992, and few of the actresses involved in the exposé were new faces, the initial revelations didn't attract much attention. However, Michael Ovitz was unwilling to give up. He personally contacted the media companies behind the 7 major film studios, requesting their cooperation in a publicity stunt to undermine Link's prestige in the entertainment industry. Link was the core and soul of Guess the Movies. Ruining his reputation was the first and crucial step in destroying the studio. After consideration, the executives of the 7 major media groups agreed to his plan, allocating significant media resources to support his efforts in disseminating negative information about Link. With the involvement of numerous media outlets, the scandal suddenly became a hot topic. Mainstream media outlets such as the New York Post and the Los Angeles Times published Link's exclusive revelations on their entertainment front pages. The report detailed his ambiguous relationships with more than a dozen actresses, including a timeline, rumors, and several blurry candid photos, directly labeling the director as Hollywood's most notorious womanizer, akin to Warren Beatty 2.0. Entertainment Weekly went all out, exposing his chaotic private life and criticizing Link's casting practices as having serious unspoken rules, pointing out that many actors closely associated with him obtained important roles through these connections, while truly suitable actors were excluded. The magazine called for a boycott of Link's films to restore a level playing field in Hollywood. The most sensational report came from World News Weekly. According to insiders, Link's Beverly Hills mansion was a lavish modern-day version of a wine pool and meat forest, with a swimming pool filled with Bordeaux wine, Swarovski crystals adorning the trees in the courtyard, and over 20 top-of-the-line luxury cars parked in the garage. He frequently invited female celebrities and models to spend the night at his villa. The magazine devoted a full 15 pages to portraying Link as a playboy with an extremely chaotic private life. Looking at all this, I really don't understand how a womanizer like Link could become a famous director. In a bar, Tom Cruise curled his lip, his handsome face showing deep disdain, but upon closer inspection, one could also see a hint of jealousy and envy. Being a director only requires good technique, not good character, said Michael Douglas, a top Hollywood star and film producer who won an Academy Award in 1988 for Wall Street and has recently become a sensation again with films such as Basic Instinct, City Heroes, and Confidential. Hearing his words, Tom Cruise nodded in deep agreement, then turned to Dustin Hoffman and said, "This time, the 7 major studios have teamed up to suppress Guess the Movies. Link won't fare any better. Once Link's reputation is ruined, you can come back to making movies in a couple of years." Dustin Hoffman's face was grim, his brows furrowed. Since the scandal broke last year, his acting career had suffered a huge blow. He was replaced in movies, and his work appearances became increasingly scarce, leading to a sharp drop in his income. From an initial annual income of $20 to $30 million, he now had zero income, and his fame in the industry had also declined significantly, almost turning him into a forgotten veteran actor. What pained him even more was that his rival, Link, was becoming richer and more famous. Every time he saw news of Link making money, he was almost driven mad with anger. Now, hearing that Link was going to be in trouble, he had finally rallied, come out to see his old friends, and prepare for his comeback. "I'm curious, Link is a billionaire, the most successful commercial film director right now, and a film company owner. Can these things alone affect Link's reputation and status?" Nicole Kidman leaned back on the sofa, holding an entertainment magazine, and only spoke up when she heard the others talking about Link. HMPH, Tom Cruise was very displeased with Nicole Kidman speaking at this time. There are many directors in the industry who are better at making movies than him. The reason his movies are profitable is mainly due to good luck and hype. Now that the 7 major studios and their media groups are working together against him, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Michael Douglas nodded and said, Link makes movies to make money for himself, not for the 7 major studios and entertainment capital. Forget the movies, he is a box office boon, but for the 7 major studios, he is poison. Completely destroying him and turning him into a filmmaking machine is in the interests of the 7 major studios. Now that Link has negative news, the media under the 7 major media groups are rushing to reprint and report on it, which also shows that they are serious about this matter. That's right, that's exactly it. Dustin Hoffman stared at Nicole Kidman and said, Nicole, don't be fooled by Link's big name in Hollywood and the fact that his movies are very profitable. In reality, the fame he has gained in Hollywood and the money he has made from movies are all the result of the indulgence of entertainment capital. It's like raising fish. Now the fish are fat, and entertainment capital wants to eat them, but Link won't let them, thinking it's all his doing. His stupidity and greed will definitely lead to a bad end. It seems serious, but the magazine says this bastard is vacationing in Hawaii, seemingly unconcerned. Hasn't Lee grasped the current situation yet? Nicole Kidman swung her leg. Dustin Hoffman suddenly stared at her long, shapely legs, swallowing hard. So this guy is stupid, and this news proves it. Nicole, I heard you're the female lead in Link's next film. That's a dangerous decision, Michael Douglas said, smoking. Tom Cruise's face turned cold, feeling humiliated. He was about to tell Nicole to give up the role when he suddenly remembered Michael Ovitz's scheme. He clenched his fist and chose to remain silent. Mr. J. Maloney got this role for me. When I took it, the big 7 studios weren't ready to deal with Link yet. Besides, the film is produced by Warner Brothers, and I'm working with Warner, not Link, so there shouldn't be any problems. Nicole Kidman brushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Nicole, Link is a very lecherous guy who likes to sexually harass actresses. Be careful while filming, don't let him take advantage of you. If he dares to bully you, come to me and Tom. We'll definitely teach him a lesson and ruin his reputation. Dustin Hoffman looked at Nicole Kidman's beautiful face and sexy, tall figure, his mouth watering even more. Nicole Kidman's blue eyes flashed with disdain, and she lazily said, I know, before continuing to read her magazine, no longer participating in their conversation. Chapter 289 Female Celebrity. Don't be obsessed with Link, his charm is too great, most people can't resist. Tisk tisk, so Link has so many rumored girlfriends, more than we saw at the villa. I'm so envious of him, indeed, he's envious. He has over 20 girlfriends, and I don't have a single one. It's like the saying goes, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer inside the villa. Ben Affleck and Joaquin Phoenix ate gossip inside. This isn't new news. The media broke it last year, but you guys didn't notice, Matt Damon said. The previous reports were just rumors, no evidence. But these reports are very detailed, with photos. They say Sandra Bullock and Brooke Shields often stay overnight at Link's Beverly Hills mansion, together, not alone. Originally, there were Monica, Jennifer, Lena Liu, and Sofia, Mila Jovovich, Renee Zellweger, and Jennifer Lopez at the villa. Tisk tisk, more than 10 beauties, just thinking about it is exciting. Ben Affleck looked up at the ceiling, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Maybe they were just playing cards or tennis in the villa, chatting. Impossible. If we had that many beautiful women in our villa, would you only be playing cards with them? Casey Affleck jumped in to interject. Get out of the way. We adults are chatting. Don't interrupt. Spend more time with Summer, or you'll end up without a girlfriend. Ben Affleck threw a pillow at Matt Damon and said, Casey's right. Matt Damon shook his head. If there were 10 girls here, what would you do? What could you do? Oh. Ben Affleck had been having wild thoughts, but then he suddenly realized he was surrounded by 10 women, not just 1 or 2. He immediately calmed down. In this situation, self-preservation was undoubtedly the best option. Link is just a normal person, not Superman. How could he have so many girlfriends at the same time? These news reports are clearly his opponents slandering him, throwing mud at him. In reality, Link isn't a playboy at all. If you were that kind of person, how could so many women like him? Matt Damon said. Ben Affleck opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found Matt's analysis quite reasonable. So, Sandra isn't Link's girlfriend. What are you trying to do? Sandra is my type. I want to ask her out. What do you say? Ben Affleck said, looking at the photo in the newspaper. Joaquin Phoenix shook his index finger. I advise you not to do that. Regardless of whether she's Link's girlfriend or not, even if she isn't, she's rumored to be. Going on a date with Sandra now is blatantly stealing Link's girlfriend. Don't you want to be Batman anymore? Fine. Ben Affleck pouted unhappily and continued looking at the magazine. How about Catherine Zeta-Jones? She and Link haven't had any rumors, so it shouldn't be a problem if I go on a date with her, right? She was personally introduced to Yuta by Link, and has played supporting roles in Guess the movies multiple times. Although she and Link haven't had any rumors, it's uncertain whether they have a relationship behind the scenes. Maybe she's also Link's girlfriend, just not publicly acknowledged, Joaquin said. Matt Damon nodded in agreement. Damn it. This won't work, that won't work, all the famous beauties in the industry are involved with Link now. Does that mean we can't date any of them? And you still say Link isn't a scumbag? Ben Affleck was furious. Link had practically monopolized all the beauties in the industry, and he still wasn't a scumbag? What was a scumbag then? Matt Damon shrugged. You could find a girlfriend outside the industry, HMPH. No way. I don't believe that so many beauties in the industry would be captivated by Link. I'm going to find a stunning beauty who isn't interested in Link as my girlfriend, and then Link will be envious of me. Ben Affleck had just said it casually, but after saying it, he realized it was a great idea. He decided to seriously look in the industry and find a stunning beauty as his girlfriend. Sis, does Link really have so many girlfriends? In the apartment, Chen Hong asked, looking at the newspaper. What, you think Link's a womanizer? No, I just didn't expect that Sandra Bullock, Brooke Shields, and Jennifer Connelly were all his girlfriends. They're all international superstars, that's nothing. As far as I know, Link has more girlfriends than the media reports. He has several A-list actresses, like Jodie Foster, Michelle Pfeiffer, Julianne Moore, etc. I just don't know why it hasn't been made public, Chen Chong said, flipping through the script. Link's really something, so charming. Chen Hong looked at the names of those big stars in the newspaper. She'd seen them in movies before, but she never imagined she'd share the same man with him. It felt strange. Chen Chong smiled and glanced at his watch. How's today? Want to go shopping? Chen Hong stretched her leg, seemingly recovering well. She'd come again before Link left Los Angeles. Link seemed to really like her, treating her very well, which she found somewhat unacceptable. If you're not busy, let's go. Wu Junmei and Wang Ji are here too. Let's go shopping first, then we'll visit their homes and show you how people live here. Chen Chong patted her on the back. Okay. Chen Hong got up and went to the bedroom to change into her newly bought Chanel dress and diamond necklace, looking beautiful as she went out shopping. Godfather, I recently received news that because Guess What film studio made too much money last year, it has made the 7 major film companies jealous. They are planning to join forces to take it down. Now there are negative news about Link all over the American media. What should we do? Should we still cooperate with Link? In the Malibu Villa area of Los Angeles, Chen Long lay on the sofa, holding a mobile phone in one hand and several newspapers in the other, calling his godfather, Zhu Wenhui. What is Link doing? Any news? Zhu Wenhui's voice traveled across the Pacific Ocean, transmitted to Los Angeles via satellite. The newspapers say he seems to be on vacation in Hawaii. Chen Long picked up a newspaper he had already read and flipped through it. Then there's no need to worry. If Link, the person involved, isn't in a hurry, then we, as partners, should be either. Isn't Link's lack of concern a sign of carelessness? He's only 23 this year, yet he's earned so much money and built such a huge career. His career has been too smooth, he's hardly ever encountered setbacks. Now, even knowing that the 7 major film studios are trying to sabotage him, he doesn't seem to care, continuing to travel, enjoy life, and chase women. If this were in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it would be like Xiao Xiao's visit to the Battle of Red Cliffs and Guan Yu guarding Jingzhou. It doesn't look safe. What you said makes sense. Let's see how things go, and see what Guess the film studios do. Even if Link is prone to arrogance and complacency, Guess the film studios has so many veterans. They can't all be completely indifferent. Okay, I understand. By the way, Godfather, last time you asked me to introduce Link to girlfriends. Now the American media has exposed that he has dozens of rumored girlfriends, all beautiful foreign women. I don't know if he'll like the pretty girls here. Should I still introduce them? Try it first, whether it works or not. If he doesn't like them, don't force it. Consider it a way to build a closer relationship, Okay, I heard from Master Yuan that he likes Kung Fu, so I'll find an opportunity to ask Link to practice, and maybe introduce him to a beautiful woman while I'm at it. Shenlong chatted with Zhu Wenhui for a few minutes before hanging up the phone. He continued reading Link's scandals in the newspaper, and seeing that he was linked to dozens of female celebrities, he smacked his lips enviously. It's been several days since the new year, and you're only now saying Happy New Year? Isn't that a bit too late? Okay, I knew you called about this. My answer is no comment. Don't pry. Spend your time worrying about your movie. Be careful your new movie doesn't get good reviews and you don't win the Oscar for Best Director. In Oahu Bay, on a luxury yacht, Link was sunbathing, lying on the sofa chatting with Quentin. However, Quentin was too long-winded, and he didn't finish talking about how his phone battery was getting hot. He had to end the call by saying that the sea breeze was too strong and the signal was unstable. After hanging up, Sam Haskell called. Sam Haskell said that there were many scandals about him in the media and asked him how he planned to deal with them. Link suggested they watch the drama unfold for now and not rush things. He was a director and a playboy, so a few scandals wouldn't have a significant impact. Sam Haskell wasn't as optimistic. He said the rumors were escalating in the media, and the 7 major media groups were planning to use them to attack his character and damage his reputation in the film industry. If their scheme succeeded, it would affect his reputation and status, even impacting the film's critical reception and box office performance, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Sam Haskell advised him to cut his vacation short and return to Los Angeles to give interviews, clarifying the misunderstandings and restoring his reputation. Link said that wasn't feasible yet. He had to attend the Berlin Film Festival after his vacation and wouldn't return to Los Angeles until late January. If the rumors persisted by then, he would give an interview to clarify. He also reassured Sam Haskell that the film's public relations department, in conjunction with WMA and Utah agencies, had made preparations to prevent the situation from having too negative an impact. Hearing this, Sam Haskell didn't say anything more and wished him a good time in Hawaii. Link, come down and check on her, Jennifer's got a leg cramp, Monica shouted from below the yacht. Link put down his phone and went to the gangway. Monica, Liu Xiaoli, Sophia, and Michelle were swimming in the shallow end, surrounded by Jennifer Connelly. They were all beautiful, with great figures and flowing long hair, resembling a scene from Pirates of the Caribbean where a group of mermaids appeared on the surface of the sea. The water's too cold today, let's warm up before we go in. Link took off his t-shirt and jumped into the water, swimming towards the beauties. After the media broke the news of Link's scandal, people inside and outside the industry were gossiping. Some envied Link's good fortune with the women, living the life every man envies. Famous director Quentin Tarantino said on The Larry Sanders Show that if he had a next life, he wanted to be Link's finger. Renowned director Steven Soderbergh claimed in an interview that Link's life is more exciting than any movie. He not only has a brilliant career but also an enviable lifestyle. He added that he would be willing to adapt Link's story into a film if given the opportunity. However, some criticize Link for using his status and position to sexually harass women, arguing that he should face public criticism and legal consequences. Famous actress and feminist Jane Fonda discussed Link's scandals during an interview. She publicly criticized him and, drawing on her own experience, advised young actresses not to seek shortcuts or be misled by the vanity of the entertainment industry, but to focus on honing their acting skills and honing their craft to become good actors. Oprah Winfrey, a prominent African-American host, also criticized Link on her show without naming him. She stated that a certain young director has become famous in recent years and is seen as an idol by many young people, a representative of the American dream. Since he is considered an idol, he should cherish this label, regulate his behavior, and set a good example for young Americans, instead of recklessly indulging his desires. A-list actresses such as Sharon Stone, Gina Davis, Demi Moore, and Diane Keaton publicly expressed their opinions, believing the incident had a very negative impact and that Link, as the person involved, should promptly come forward to explain the situation instead of disappearing. However, before Link's side could comment, the women around him couldn't hold back and took the initiative to refute his statements. Renee Zellweger, in an interview in Los Angeles, said it was normal for people to like Link. He was handsome, talented, and resilient, and no man, past or present, could compare to him. Meeting such a man was lucky, and falling in love with him was even luckier. Sofia Coppola publicly refuted the comments of Jane Fonda and other feminists, arguing that they were too old and had witnessed too much of the darkness and chaos of Hollywood's past. Seeing Link's affairs with numerous actresses, they subconsciously assumed these experiences mirrored their own, including workplace bullying and physical exploitation. In reality, it's completely different. People like to be friends with Link because of his talent and charm. They are naturally drawn to him and surround him, not because they are obsessed with physical entanglements. Sofia advised veterans like Jane Fonda to be more healthy and positive-minded, emphasizing that we live in a new era and shouldn't view things with outdated perspectives. Sandra Bullock, who was filming on set, responded to the rumors by stating, "Link is an extremely charming man. His charm comes not only from his status and position, but also from his talent, eloquence, refinement, and knowledge. These qualities are fatally attractive to mature women. Women who have worked with him find it hard not to be attracted to him after getting to know him, which is why actresses are easily rumored to be dating him." Following this, Brooke Shields, Winona Ryder, Milla Jovovich, and other women who were rumored to be dating him all spoke out, saying that they were initially attracted to his looks but remained loyal because of his talent and charm, praising his character. Even Madonna, who didn't date him, praised Link in an interview, saying he was very charming and sexually attractive, and a great date. Because so many female celebrities, all of whom were top stars, stood up to criticize and support him, the already high-profile scandal attracted widespread attention. This incident inadvertently became the hottest entertainment news in late 1994 and early 1995. After profiting from this scandal, the 7 major media groups allocated more media resources to report and hype the story, attempting to amplify it and label Link as a scumbag. Meanwhile, Guess the Movies and WMA and Utah agencies actively used media public relations, releasing positive reports about Link and portraying him as Hollywood's most talented and charismatic man. Two opposing opinions began to emerge in the media. One side said Link was a scumbag with questionable character, the other said Link was a succubus with immense personal charm. Those who called Link a scumbag had abundant media resources and a powerful voice. Link, on the other hand, was willing to spend money, had good connections, and many celebrities stood up to support him, giving him considerable influence. The two opposing opinions argued back and forth, unable to reach a consensus. It wasn't until mid-January, when a news story broke in the media, that the outcome of this public opinion dispute gradually became clear. Chapter 290 Berlin Night, Pink Heroine. In early January, Link brought his new film, The Butterfly Effect, to Berlin, Germany, to participate in the 45th Berlin International Film Festival. Founded in 1951, the Berlin Film Festival, along with the Cannes and Venice Film Festivals, is considered one of the world's 3 major international film festivals, with a Golden Bear as its highest award. Held annually in January or February for 2 weeks, the festival is divided into sections including the main competition, short film competition, generation films, forum, and special screenings. Before the 1980s, the Berlin Film Festival favored political themes, which were often favored by the jury. However, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, the festival has become more diverse in its award selection, placing greater emphasis on artistic and humanistic films. This year, 1,338 films from around the world participated in the Berlin Film Festival. After 10 days of judging, 22 films were selected for the main competition, including Link's The Butterfly Effect, An Wei's Summer Snow, Stanley Kwan's Red Rose White Rose, Lee Xiaohong's Rouge, and the Hong Kong film Homecoming. Films by Chinese directors have been particularly prominent at this year's Berlin Film Festival. In particular, Link's The Butterfly Effect made a stunning appearance at the film festival, immediately sparking heated discussions in the German media Bild, Germany's largest circulation newspaper, lavished praise on it, calling it a groundbreaking work wrapped in a science fiction veneer with a philosophical core. Film critic David Thompson lauded the film's ingenious fusion of psychology and chaos theory, exploring timeless themes of fate, choice, and humanity through a meticulously crafted timeline. In a genre of science fiction filled with visual spectacle, The Butterfly Effect stands out with its unique humanistic concern and profound intellectual content. Director Link constructs a breathtaking parallel universe with rigorous logic, allowing the audience to contemplate the essence of life amidst a thrilling atmosphere. This is not just a science fiction film, but a magical mirror reflecting human nature. Bild praised the film as the most thought-provoking film of the year, sparking a philosophical debate about fate and choice at the festival. After several days of judging, Lin K won the Silver Bear for Best Director for The Butterfly Effect, while the Golden Bear for Best Film went to the French film Poisonous Rouge. Josephine Sion won Best Actress for Summer Snow, and director Lee Seo-hong received the Outstanding Individual Award. Of the 10 awards presented at the festival, 3 were won by Chinese directors, making it an interesting piece of news at this year's festival. Director Lin K, congratulations on winning this award. At the festival party, director Stanley Kwan raised a glass to congratulate him. Introducing the two was Chen Chong, the lead actress in Red Rose White Rose, who had also come to Berlin after the film entered the main competition. Thank you. Director Kwan, Red Rose White Rose is also very interesting, with beautiful visuals and rich, delicate emotions. It also gave me some inspiration. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. It's my honor, Director Stanley Kwan said excitedly, raising his eyebrows. Director Lin, I also want to thank you for your support of Red Rose White Rose. This film has a very niche subject matter, and not many people were willing to invest in it. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to make this film. Red Rose White Rose was produced by Dongfeng Pictures. If that's the case, you should thank Chen Chong. She recommended this film. Lin K pointed to Chen Chong beside him. Chen Chong didn't mind showing their relationship in front of outsiders, and smilingly linked arms with Lin K. She said, Director Guan, I've said before that Lin K is a very knowledgeable person about film. Do you believe me now? Yes. Director Lin is not only a great director, but also a fantastic film investor. It's an honor to work with him. Director Guan Jinpeng nodded excitedly. Lin K smiled, and then, guided by Chen Chong and director Guan Jinpeng, he met several other domestic filmmakers, including An Wei, Lee Seo-hong, Josephine Sion, Wang Ziwen and Wen Ji, the male and female leads of Pink, Liang Bunshi, director of Return to the Soil, and Wang Yan, lead actress. Everyone present knew him, but this was their first time talking face to face, and given his recent scandals, everyone was quite curious about him. However, because of his immense fame and high status, everyone was careful with their words and avoided discussing anything too inappropriate. Link didn't deliberately try to ingratiate himself with the domestic filmmakers. He simply extended a collaboration invitation to them through Chen Chong. He suggested they collaborate with Dongfeng Film Industry if they lacked funding for their films. Dongfeng Film Industry was well funded and willing to work with domestic counterparts to produce more good movies. Directors An Wei and Lee Seo-hong both agreed. Although they were renowned directors, they sometimes faced funding shortages for their films, and they were happy to collaborate with Dongfeng Film Industry if it was a good partner. Link looks so young, director Liang Bunshi remarked after Link left, watching his retreating figure. He's only 23, of course he's young, Wang Ji laughed. To be able to make films like Seven and The Butterfly Effect at 23 is truly remarkable. There are few people in the world who can make films better than him, director An Wei exclaimed. I heard Link is worth billions of dollars and has dozens of girlfriends, and he's still so young. Wow, so enviable, Wang Ziwen said, stroking his chin with a smile. Director Liang Bunshi nodded in agreement. You men, you don't envy Link's talent for a filmmaking, but you envy his many girlfriends. How vulgar, director Lee Seo-hong joked. What can I do? I'm just a vulgar person, Wang Ziwen replied with a nonchalant smile. Wang Yan, listening to their conversation, gazed absently at Link in the crowd, her almond-shaped eyes blinking. At the party, Link also met the jury president of this year's film festival, George Dergerov, jury member Sikin Gaowa, and renowned German director Foreman Sklondorf, known for films like The Tinderman Run Lola Run, as well as famous German actress Nastasia Kinski and supermodel Diane Kruger. Link chatted with him and extended collaboration invitations. Currently, Guess What Films is under attack from the 7 major film studios, a rather dire situation. Bringing in external allies to strengthen Guess What Films' capabilities, increase the number of films produced, and have a sufficient source of films will give them more leverage in competing with the 7 major studios. This was also one of Link's strategies to counter the siege by the 7 major film studios. After attending the film festival party, Link returned to his hotel to rest. That evening, Chen Chong came to his room, bringing with her a girl, Wang Yan, the female lead of Return to the Soil. Wang Yan was only 20 years old, hadn't acted in Princess Pearl yet, and was just an ordinary actress. She had practiced dance since childhood, was quite pretty, and had a good figure. However, The girl blushed deeply upon entering the room, lowering her head and not daring to look at him, like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. Link shook his head. Due to changes in his body, his needs in certain areas had become stronger, making him easily tempted. But even if they were strong, he wouldn't mess around outside, much less use force to deal with the women. Firstly, he disdained it, and secondly, he didn't need to. He asked Wang Yan to sit down and chat, inquired about her work, encouraged her to practice her acting skills, and gain more experience on film sets. Then he had Chen Chong take her away. A while later, Chen Chong returned and apologized to him, saying that they had discussed it beforehand and the girl had been very proactive, but she didn't know why she had become so shy after seeing him. She was probably too nervous. She was still a novice with little experience, and she asked Lin K to forgive her, promising that it would never happen again. Lin K didn't blame her, telling her not to do that. They were partners, and as long as she fulfilled her duties as general manager of Dongfeng Film Industry, even if the company's investments failed, he wouldn't blame her and would continue to support her. Chen Chong was very touched and knelt down to try and win his favor. Before they could take things to the next step, there was a knock at the door. Lin K got up and opened the door, seeing Wang Ji, the female lead of Pink, leaning against the door, wearing a burgundy long dress with a black fur coat over it. Her long legs were encased in black stockings, and she wore a pair of exquisite high heels. Her mature and voluptuous figure looked particularly alluring in the dim light. She held a bottle of whiskey in her hand, swirling it to release a hazy, intoxicating aroma, and smiled. "Link, want a drink?" Just then, Chen Chong came out from inside, smiling at her. Wang Ji was 32 years old this year. She had acted in several dramas in China when she was younger, and then went to the United States to study and settle down in the late 1980s. She played the female lead, A-chun, in the TV series A Native of Beijing in New York, and was an acquaintance of Chen Chong and Liu Xiaoli. Wang Ji hadn't expected to meet under these circumstances, and her cheeks flushed instantly. "I'm also here to have a drink with Link, let's drink together." Chen Chong smiled casually, walked to the door, and pulled her inside. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Once, drunk, he whipped a famous horse. Now, he fears that too much affection will burden the beauty. Berlin winters are cold, with the wind howling outside the window. Snowflakes drifted down at night, perfect weather for drinking. The two women, sitting down, kept urging him to drink, just like that time in the Los Angeles apartment, only this time Chen Huang wasn't there. He drank several glasses without getting drunk, but the two women weren't already intoxicated, reenacting a scene from The Drunken Concubine in the bedroom. Both were former opera and dance performers, tall and voluptuous, their portrayals of Yang Yifei quite convincing. After the film festival, Link stayed in Berlin for a day, meeting with several filmmakers and distributors who came seeking collaborations. Once the snow stopped, he flew back to Hawaii to continue his vacation. News of his Silver Bear for Best Director also reached the United States. Previously, the American media had been debating whether Link was a scumbag or a succubus. Now, suddenly, news broke that Link had won the Best Director award at the Berlin Film Festival, and was the youngest Best Director in the festival's history. Renowned film critic Will Rogers published a significant commentary in The Hollywood Reporter titled "A Genius Director, Link, is a shining star in our cinema industry that we need to protect." The article uses the Best Director award at the Berlin International Film Festival as a starting point, arguing that this award is sufficient proof of Link's exceptional talent. His talent has not only been recognized by the Berlin Film Festival but also by the Cannes Film Festival last year, and has been recognized by audiences worldwide. This explains why his films have won the Best Director award at the Berlin International Film Festival, the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, and why each of his films has achieved global box office success. However, it is regrettable that some media outlets have recently been keen to spread unfounded rumors, making unfounded doubts about Link's talent and ability. Even some public figures have been influenced by this, making inappropriate public statements. Will Rogers believes that these irresponsible words and actions must be corrected promptly. Because the emergence of a genius director is not only a blessing for film fans but also a boon for the entire film industry. It is thanks to Link's persistent creative work that audiences can enjoy so many high-quality films, and the world film industry has been revitalized as a result. At the end of the article, Will Rogers passionately appealed, "It only takes one rumor to destroy a genius, but it takes an entire era's patience to cultivate a master." For the future of cinematic art, we should not attack such a talented director, but rather give him the respect and protection he deserves, allowing him to continue creating more excellent films. This strongly worded article resonated with many filmmakers in Hollywood and garnered support and recognition from numerous movie fans. Many mainstream media outlets subsequently shifted their stance, praising Link and listing his extraordinary achievements in the film industry since his debut. With this change in public opinion, coupled with the relentless efforts of Guess the Movie's PR department, Link's public image gradually improved. The general public's assessment of him was first and foremost that of a very talented director, then a young billionaire, and only lastly, a playboy. Many young people, after seeing Link's scandals, not only didn't see him as a womanizer, but instead found him cool, wealthy, talented, and incredibly charming, attracting countless actresses. Boys wanted to be like Link, to be as charming as him. Girls wanted to date him, seeing him as their ideal boyfriend in fantasy. Link became increasingly popular among young people. Bullshit. That bastard is a real scumbag. Where is his charm? Are all those young people crazy, liking guys like that? Michael Ovitz was furious when he saw Link's improving reputation in the newspapers. For some time, he had collaborated with 7 major media groups to relentlessly hype up Link's scandals, hoping to ruin his reputation and turn him into a notorious public figure. However, after more than half a month of effort and spending a lot of money, not only had he failed to damage Link's reputation, but he had actually made him more famous and gained a lot of popularity and support among young people. Michael Ovitz was unwilling to accept this outcome. He called the management of the 7 major media groups, demanding that they continue their efforts to hype up Link's negative news, giving him no chance to breathe. He first called News Corporation, then Viacom, Time Warner, and others, only to receive a no from all of them. The 7 major media groups refused to continue promoting these negative news stories for roughly the same reasons, which can be summarized in 3 points. First, there's the issue of funding. In the past 2 weeks, to support his campaign to discredit Link, they used a large amount of media resources, amounting to tens of millions of dollars. Although the 7 major media groups have a lot of money, this money belongs to their shareholders and they are responsible to them. They cannot misuse it. Misusing funds would affect the company's performance. If the company's performance declines and revenue decreases, it would displease the board of directors, and they would lose their jobs. Link's side, however, used money from Guessing Movies and Link himself. He didn't need to be accountable to anyone for his spending. In particular, a portion of the money Guessing Movies used for public relations was originally a dividend from Vanguard Capital and Morgan Stanley. Now that this money has been spent, Vanguard Capital and Morgan Stanley are very dissatisfied and told them that if they cannot win in the short term, they must end this useless propaganda war. Second, there's the issue of publicity strategy. Compared to the scattered and disorganized propaganda attacks from the 7 major media groups, Guess the Movie's side performed far better in this propaganda war. They struck second, using a female celebrity to create hype, portraying Link as a very charming man, claiming that their attraction to him wasn't based on lust but on his talent. This approach not only achieved excellent publicity but also saved a significant amount of money. The third point concerns the tools used. The 7 major media groups were extremely dissatisfied with Michael Ovitz, believing that the negative information he provided was ineffective and a waste of media resources. They hoped that if he wanted to use this method to damage Link's reputation again, he would prepare more damaging, preferably fatal, material beforehand. Otherwise, they would never waste media resources on such a mudslinging game. After hanging up the phone, Michael Ovitz's face was dark. Partly, he felt wronged. Before launching the negative news about Link, it wasn't that he hadn't gathered more damaging information, but rather that more than half of it had been blocked by Jay Maroney. If all that information had been released, the outcome of this propaganda war would have been entirely different. On the other hand, in this media war, he had worked tirelessly and diligently, but the 7 major media groups not only failed to recognize his work but also treated him as an incompetent person. Michael Ovitz gritted his teeth in resentment, picked up the phone, and called Nicole Kidman, hoping she would make a final push and get Link into bed as soon as possible. If she could do it, he would give her the lead role in 5 blockbuster films, And he meant it. Link, congratulations on winning the Silver Bear. Susan and I were so happy for you when we heard the news. Thanks, I'll come see you for a drink when I get back. Sure, when are you coming back to Los Angeles? I want to talk to you about the script. It's Dead Man Walking. I finished it this weekend. I'll call you when I get back. Link chatted with Tim Robbins for a few minutes and hung up. A few minutes later, he received calls from Tom Hanks, Robert Shea, Jim Carrey, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Diane Lane, Bruce Willis, Yu Fei-hung, Chen Long, and others, congratulating him on winning the award in Berlin. Link thanked them. Link, so many people are calling to congratulate you. It seems the Big 7 studios will have a hard time suppressing you in terms of talent resources. In the gazebo of the beach estate, Sophia lay on a bench reading a magazine. It's hard to say. The battle has just begun. The Big 7 haven't used all their methods against Guess the Movies yet. Once they take action, people in the industry will probably reconsider which side to stand on. Link put down his phone and said, "Honey, are you nervous?" Jennifer Connelly asked beside him. "No, rather than making movies step by step, I'd rather fight the Big 7 and see how strong they are when they join forces. Honey, you're amazing, like a fearless dragon slayer." Jennifer Connelly wrapped her arms around his neck and passionately kissed him. Sophia wasn't to be outdone, and pounced on him in return. "Hey, anyone want to swim?" Not far away, at the edge of the crystal-clear outdoor pool, Monica, wearing a bikini, slowly entered the water. Her curvaceous figure and fair, smooth skin shimmered alluringly in the Hawaiian sun. Link, having sat in the gazebo for a while and worked up a sweat, took off his t-shirt and jumped into the pool, quickly catching up with the mermaid Monica. Liu Zhaili and Winona Reed, carrying trays, came out of the villa. Seeing the people in the pool, they blushed and scolded, "Can't you two go back to the villa and be affectionate? It's broad daylight, aren't you ashamed?" Just then, Sophia hugged her from behind, playfully pushing her into the pool, and then Liu Zhaili pulled her in as well. The sounds of laughter and playfulness in the pool grew louder. Even the blue sky, white clouds, and evening breeze of Oahu seemed to join in, adding to the atmosphere. Chapter 292 The Golden Globe Awards. Do you want to hear the inside story? In late January, Link, Monica, and Jennifer returned to Los Angeles to attend the 52nd Golden Globe Awards. This year's awards were again held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. Guess what films had 5 films nominated, including 7, Good Will Hunting, Eat Drink Man Woman, The Mask, and Leon, the Professional. For a total of 10 nominations, 7 received 4 nominations: Best Picture, Drama, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Screenplay. Good Will Hunting received 3, Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay. Eat Drink Man Woman and Leon, the Professional received nominations for Best Foreign Language Film, and The Mask received a nomination for Best Actor, Musical or Comedy. However, guess what films were unlucky, winning none out of their 10 nominations. The biggest winners at this year's Golden Globes were Forrest Gump and The Lion King. The former won Best Picture, Drama, Best Actor, and Best Director, while the latter won Best Picture, Musical or Comedy, Best Original Song, and Best Original Score. Quentin Tarantino won Best Screenplay for Pulp Fiction. Haha, Link, look at my trophy. Lady Luck seems to be on my side today, Quentin Tarantino laughed, waving his trophy. Yes, congratulations, you deserve it. Haha, you're not bad either, the youngest Best Director in Berlin Film Festival history. You really had a stroke of luck, Quentin said sourly. Quentin, you're wrong. Link not only won Best Director at the Berlin Film Festival, but also the Palme d'Or at Cannes. That proves his awards aren't based on luck, but on talent, Jennifer Connelly said, linking her arm with Link's. Link smiled and praised Jennifer. Quentin curled his lip. Is having a beautiful girlfriend so great? Every time he wanted to make sarcastic remarks to Link, the women around him would automatically step in to defend him without Link even having to say a word. This annoyed him greatly. He couldn't understand what these women were thinking. Why would they abandon a talented and devoted man like him and instead fall for a scumbag like Link, and even be so devoted to him? Link, you're really bold. Those scandals in the media haven't even died down yet, and you dare to bring Jennifer to the Golden Globes. Aren't you afraid of being drowned in spit? Quentin remembered that Link's only publicly acknowledged girlfriend was Monica Bellucci. Don't worry, I haven't done anything wrong, Link said nonchalantly. Hollywood is a chaotic place. There are people who have been to jail, drug addicts, drunk drivers, cheaters, and those who openly engage in promiscuous behavior, all sorts of people. Because it's so chaotic, people are more tolerant of public figures. There are many playboys like Link in Hollywood. For example, Howard Hughes, the Hollywood mogul of the 1940s and 50s and the inspiration for Iron Man, had 164 rumored girlfriends, including Oscar-winning actress Katharine Hepburn and legendary actress Jane Russell. Oscar-winning director and famous actor Warren Beatty is rumored to have had 12,775 girlfriends, including hundreds of stars, including Elizabeth Taylor and Vivien Leigh. Although their private lives were rather chaotic, no one criticized them for it. On the contrary, they were considered very charming and people hoped to date them. Link is the same. After his scandals broke, some media called him Warren Beatty 2.0, and if you were richer and more powerful, the media might call him Howard Hughes 2.0, but Link wants to be number one. After chatting with Quentin Tarantino for a bit, Link saw Harvey Weinstein coming over and congratulated him. This year, Miramax released 12 films, 3 of which were nominated, receiving 11 nominations, and ultimately winning 2 awards, Best Screenplay for Pulp Fiction and Best Supporting Actress for Bullets Over Broadway. Haha, Link, I have some inside information, do you want to hear it? Harvey Weinstein, with his large belly, grinned like a toad. Go ahead. According to my information, Guessing Pictures' film was originally expected to win at least 2 awards, but the Big 7 studios didn't want to see your film become famous, so they secretly lobbied the judges not to vote for Guessing Pictures' work. That's why all 4 of your nominated films went home empty-handed. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Harvey Weinstein's lips, and an unfathomable glint flashed in his eyes. Really? Link, did you receive any information? Quentin asked. Link nodded. During the Golden Globe Awards, the Public Relations Department had also received information that the Big 7 studios were going to manipulate the awards. However, Link didn't care much. Guessing Pictures' main public relations target was the Oscars. They hadn't spent money on public relations for the Golden Globes, so it was predictable that they would lose the awards. Link, why don't you sell your company? We're directors, our main job is making movies, there's no need to run a film company. Look at you, you're almost becoming Hollywood's public enemy because of Guess Films, Quentin said. Don't you also have Outlaws Films? It's different. Outlaws Films only invests in the movies I make, while your Guess Films grossed $800 or $900 million last year, more than the Big 7 studios. Our 2 companies can't be compared. If Outlaws also invested in movies and made hundreds of millions in box office revenue every year, would you sell your company to one of the Big 7 studios? Quentin thought for a moment and decisively shook his head. If Outlaws Films could make hundreds of millions every year, he would grit his teeth and persevere for a few more years. After all, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. Link, sit down and let's talk. I have other things to discuss with you. Harvey Weinstein was too obese, and after standing for a while, sweat appeared on his forehead. The 2 sat down to talk. Harvey told Link that even after the scandal ended, the Big 7 studios hadn't given up on their plans to suppress him and Guess Movies. Guess Movies would inevitably be affected in film production and distribution. Therefore, Harvey proposed a closer partnership between the 2 companies, co-investing in films, with Guess Movies handling production and Miramax handling distribution. The Big 7 studios would target Guess Movies films, but not Miramax's. This method would circumvent the Big 7's suppression. Link smiled. Recently, not only Harvey had contacted him, but New Line Cinema, Columbia Pictures TriStar Pictures, Fox's Searchlight Pictures, and MGM's United Artists had all contacted him, hoping to distribute Guess Movies films. They completely disregarded the fact that the Big 7 were suppressing him. Their goal was still to make money. Everyone in the industry knew that Guess Movies films could make a lot of money. Distributing Guess Movies films would also allow them to get a share of the profits. Link knew what these people were planning and wanted to use this to his advantage against the Big 7 studios. So he didn't immediately reject Harvey's offer, saying he'd see how things went. If the Big 7 pressured him too much and prevented the film from being released as scheduled, he would consider collaborating with Miramax. Harvey immediately asked him to hand over the Butterfly Effect to Miramax for distribution, guaranteeing it would be a huge success. Link regretfully told Harvey that the film's marketing had already begun and it was scheduled for release in April. If Harvey was interested, he could hand over other films to Miramax for distribution. Harvey chuckled dryly and agreed. After Link left, Harvey Weinstein smoked a cigarette and sneered. It seems Michael Ovitz and the Big Seven haven't put enough pressure on Link, so much so that he still harbors illusions of victory and wants to withstand the pressure from the Big Seven single-handedly. Should we help Link? Bob Weinstein asked. Help him, Harvey shook his head. This time, the Seven Studios are clearly serious about dealing with guessing movies. They're preparing to invest more resources in it. With the Seven Studios joining forces, Link and guessing movies have no chance of winning. Under these circumstances, Miramax has no choice but to choose the Seven Studios, rather than the one destined to lose. Bob nodded in agreement. Chapter 293. You're in my arms, but your eyes are on him. Have you considered my feelings? At the party, Link approached the cast and crew of Forrest Gump to congratulate them on their Golden Globe win. Regardless of the film's artistic merit, its storytelling, themes, and use of CGI visual effects are worthy of emulation by many filmmakers. Tom Hanks warmly introduced him to the cast and crew, and even invited him to stand in the center for a group photo. Monica Bellucci also attended the Golden Globes. Her biographical film Ed Wood, released last September, received positive reviews despite mediocre box office performance, earning 3 nominations at this year's Golden Globes. Link also visited the Ed Wood cast and crew, chatting with director Tim Burton and lead actor Johnny Depp. Tim Burton directed the first 2 Batman films. For the third, his script was deemed too niche and didn't meet Warner Brothers' requirements, leading to his replacement. Link had no conflict with him, and considering Tim Burton was also a very talented director, Link extended a collaboration invitation to him. Then there was Johnny Depp. Before he started dating Winona Ryder, the two had completely broken up, and Depp had found a new girlfriend, so they weren't exactly rivals. However, when Winona Ryder publicly stood up for him, Depp proactively messaged him, hoping he would treat Winona well, because Winona was a very vulnerable girl. Link said he would. Jodie Foster also attended this year's Golden Globe Awards. Last year, her starring role in Neil's Heart received 3 nominations, including Best Actress in a Drama. Link also talked to her, and through her, he met British director Michael Apted and the film's male lead, Liam Neeson. Why do I see you running around at the party? What are you doing? Jodie Foster stood in front of him, holding a champagne glass, her blue eyes constantly scrutinizing him. What do you mean by wandering around? I'm expanding my network. Now that the 7 major studios are saying they're going to blacklist Goosewatch films and don't want directors and actors in the industry to work with you, isn't it a bit too late to start expanding your network now? Jodie Foster wrinkled her pert nose, appearing somewhat charmingly feminine. It's precisely because the 7 major studios are rumored to be blacklisting Goosewatch films that I'm proactively expanding my network. Whether it's useful or not, I'll do it first. You're really something. You made a box office champion film, founded a film company, and now the 7 major studios are targeting you. If you keep going, you'll turn Hollywood upside down. Aren't you impressed? Not at all. I just want to stay away from you to avoid any rumors. Jodie Foster deliberately took a half step back and smiled mockingly. Just as Link was about to speak, Michael Ovitz walked over from the opposite side, his face full of smiles, but the smile was rather stiff and gave the impression that he had ill intentions. Haha, Link, congratulations on your film winning an award. Oh, I meant at the Berlin Film Festival, Michael Ovitz laughed. It doesn't matter where you win, Michael. I heard you're a very busy man. How come you have time to attend an awards ceremony? Why can't I come? Without CAA's involvement, the Golden Globes would be missing half the films, Michael Ovitz scoffed. Link had only asked casually, but Michael Ovitz took it as a sarcastic remark, implying that he shouldn't attend the awards ceremony since he hadn't received a nomination. Michael, you seem to be here to argue with Link, Jodie Foster teased. Michael Ovitz's lips twitched, concealing his displeasure. After the scandal broke, he had, through his agents, reiterated his personal stance to his clients, not wanting them to work with Guessing Pictures or get too close to Link in private. Jodie Foster, however, ignored him completely, speaking up for Link to his face. It was outrageous. If Jodie Foster weren't a 2-time Oscar winner and a top actress, he would definitely have her blacklisted as a warning to others. Mike, are you really here to argue with me? If so, I'm sorry, I have no interest in arguing with you, Link joked. HMPH. I have no interest in arguing with you either. I have something to discuss with you. Michael Ovitz's expression hardened, his face turning cold, radiating a sharp aura. Although this Hollywood tycoon's power had declined somewhat in the past 2 years, When serious, his sharpness was still not to be underestimated. Please speak, Link. I'm representing several investment companies in this final negotiation with you regarding the second round of financing for Guessing Pictures. We hope you can proactively lower the price and offer more shares to raise funds, allowing more capital to be injected into Guessing Pictures. This would benefit both you and the company, and I hope you can accept this proposal, Michael Ovitz said curtly. What price are you willing to offer? Link asked. Hearing him soften his stance, Michael Ovitz sneered. A market capitalization of $600 million, a minimum of 50% stake, that's the most suitable price. Is this your negotiating stance? Link shook his head. 30% stake, a market capitalization of $1.6 billion, that's the final offer. These 2 points won't change. Also, Michael, if you're a negotiator arranged by the investment company, I'm disappointed. I hope they can find a more professional person to negotiate. Link, you should have heard how powerful the 7 studios and the capital behind them are. Lowering the offer and raising more equity is the only way out for Guess the Studios. Otherwise, you'll face industry-wide sanctions. Are you sure you want to make enemies of everyone? Michael Ovitz frowned and sneered. Michael, you can only represent yourself, not everyone, haha. Alright, Link, it's good to see your unwavering resolve. I hope you'll be just as calm and composed next time we meet. Michael Ovitz smiled enigmatically. I should be able to. I've faced many setbacks in targeting since my debut, but I've had both ability and luck, winning time and time again. I believe I can win this time too. Link stood tall, his deep black eyes revealing a resolute expression, his already strong confidence growing even stronger. Michael Ovitz narrowed his eyes, finding Link's demeanor extremely irritating. Jodie Foster gave Link an appreciative look and smiled. Michael, why don't you two bet again? I can be the notary, HMPH. Link, you won't be lucky forever. You're going to lose this time. Michael Ovitz gave a cold laugh and waddled between the two. That guy is really annoying. I heard from people in the company that Michael Ovitz was a very good person in the early days of CAA, humble, polite, gentle, friendly, shrewd, capable, a social butterfly, and a well-known gentleman in the industry. But after CAA became the strongest talent agency, he became domineering, power-hungry, and ambitious. He betrayed Lew Wasserman, the former chairman of Universal Pictures who had helped him, and Wasserman nearly died of a heart attack. Several of his co-founders of CAA couldn't stand his behavior and left one after another. David Finger even said he was ungrateful. It seems power really can change a person. Jodie Foster smiled at him. Link, if you become a big shot in Hollywood someday, don't become like him. Link shrugged. I'm one of the most powerful people in Hollywood now, even more powerful than Michael Ovitz. Do you think I've changed? You have. You've become more of a womanizer. If I hadn't read the newspapers, I wouldn't have known you had so many girlfriends. Jodie Foster laughed. Link smiled and shook hands with director James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger, who came over to greet him. Link inquired about the progress of the filming of Titanic, and Cameron said that the initial funding was in place, and the crew was building a large ship on Rosarito Beach in Southern California, expected to be completed within the year. Link, thinking that filming Zhangchangong would require shipbuilding and naval battle scenes, and that the Titanic location might be available in the future, suggested visiting the base after construction was complete. Cameron welcomed this. Director Link, would it be convenient for me to give you an interview here? I only have 3 questions, Ross Stanton, the entertainment editor of the Los Angeles Times, asked after Cameron left. Stanton had interviewed Link many times, praising and criticizing him in the newspaper. They were old acquaintances. Okay, Ross, I hope your questions aren't too sensitive. No, my questions are easy to answer. Ross Stanton began the interview, mainly asking about recent scandals, his true relationships with numerous actresses, his attitude towards public figures speaking out, and whether this would change his style. During his interview, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Nicole, what are you looking at? In the seating area of the interview with the vampire crew, Tom Cruise noticed his wife frequently glancing towards Link while everyone was chatting. He should have been angry, but considering Michael Ovitz's plan, he suppressed his anger and pretended not to notice, asking Nicole to be mindful. There were many people there, and she didn't want to embarrass him. Nicole Kidman looked away and said she was looking at Monica, saying Monica's necklace was beautiful and she wanted to buy the same one. Chapter 294, Scumbags are all good except for being scumbags. What about honest people? Gong Li, what are you looking at? In the seating area of the To Live crew, Director Zhang looked at the stylishly dressed Gong Li across from him. He thought that she had become even more beautiful in the few months since he last saw her. Her figure was fuller and more rounded, her skin was fair and smooth, and she looked radiant. Director Zhang had been reluctant to let go since their breakup, and now he was even more reluctant. He planned to take advantage of his time in the United States to talk to her more and try to win her back. Gong Li glanced at him but ignored him, continuing to look at Link being interviewed in the crowd. To Live had also been nominated for Best Foreign Language Film at this year's Golden Globe Awards, and the crew members had received invitations to the awards ceremony. Gong Li had originally not planned to attend, but Director Zhang insisted that she attend, saying it was to fulfill her contractual obligation to promote the film, so she had no choice but to come. Gong Li seems to be watching Link's interview. Seeing that Gong Li didn't respond, the male lead, Yu, worried that Director Zhang would feel awkward, and took over the conversation. Director Zhang knew who Gong Li was looking at. After hearing Yu's reply, he said, "Why are you staring at him? Didn't you see the news in the newspapers? Even the American newspapers say Link is a scumbag, a playboy, has dozens of girlfriends, and his private life is extremely chaotic. In China, this kind of person would be charged with hooliganism and should be locked up in jail. Why are you looking at him? Do you want to mess around with him?" Gong Li didn't answer and continued to stare at Link. Yu scratched his bald head, a little anxious. From Director Zhang's words, he understood that this was a love triangle story. He loved her, but she didn't love him but loved him. This topic was too complicated, outsiders shouldn't get involved. Yu picked up a champagne glass as a cover, his eyes darting left and right. "Yowzi, you've seen Link's scandals, right? The newspapers say he's had affairs with dozens of female celebrities. Dozens. Can a man who messes around like that be a good person? If you were a woman, would you like him?" Director Zhang asked. Yu's face twitched. "What would I be like if I were a woman? No way. Too ugly. Unthinkable." Yu shook his head. "I probably wouldn't like men, that's it." Director Zhang looked at Gong Li and said earnestly, "Xiao Li, I know you're angry with me, but you can't pin your hopes on a scumbag just because I'm angry. That's irresponsible of you. You'll ruin your life doing that. I hope you think carefully before making a choice." "Yowzi, am I right?" You're asking me." Yu pointed to his nose, regretting not leaving sooner. But before he could offer any profound insights, Gong Li suddenly stood up and left the table. "Gong Li, where are you going?" After standing up, Gong Li went straight to Link's side. At this moment, Link had also finished his interview and was walking this way. The two met in the aisle. Gong Li took his hand proactively, with a warm smile on her face. Link also took her hand, looking very intimate. Director Zhang's shoulders slumped when he saw this, his energy instantly deflated, and even his bright eyes gradually dimmed. "Director Zhang, take it easy. Relationships, once you understand them, are just like that." Yu patted Director Zhang on the back, about to offer a few more words of advice, when Director Zhang suddenly perked up, even his back muscles bulging, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ke and Gong Li walking towards them. Yu thought, "Oh no, are they going to fight?" "Hello, Director Zhang, it's nice to see you again." Lin Ke pulled Gong Li over to greet them. Director Zhang opened his mouth, having prepared 100 sentences to unleash on Lin Ke. But when Lin Ke approached, seeing him in a meticulously tailored black suit with subtle patterns, his tall and imposing figure highlighting his sharp features, his handsome and refined face exuding an undeniable air of authority, he was secretly captivated, unable to utter a single offensive word. Beside him, Gong Li wore a sexy and alluring embroidered cheongsam, her makeup exquisite, her demeanor graceful. She smiled warmly at Lin Ke, her eyes filled with tenderness. Director Zhang felt a void in his heart, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. The deed was done, what could he say? "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Ke shook hands with Director Zhang, then greeted the bald-headed Yu, inquiring about their schedules and suggesting they have a meal together sometime. Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Gong Li smiled and said she would be the host, inviting everyone to sit down and chat. Lin Ke didn't argue, saying it didn't matter who treated them. Gong Li nodded, blushing. Director Zhang gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Ke asked Director Zhang if his new film, Shanghai Triad, had found a distributor in North America. Director Zhang reluctantly said it had. Lin K didn't ask further. He had originally planned to collaborate with director Zhang on Zhang Chenggong, but seeing director Zhang's attitude, he decided against it. Director Zhang excelled at making a big show out of a small shell, meaning he was good at shooting small-scale films, placing the story within a limited setting, which he could film brilliantly. However, he struggled with larger, more complex scenes. The revised script for Zhang Chenggong features many grand and epic scenes, which demand a high level of control and direction from the director. This is precisely Zhang's weakness, making it unsuitable. After saying goodbye to Zhang and Jeju, Guang Li followed him over. Link, thank you for earlier, you're welcome. Remember to call me next time you need a shield, it's a cushy job, Link laughed. Who would dare ask you to be a shield? You're a big shot, Guang Li smiled slightly, glancing around. Your code is still with me. When are you coming to pick it up? I received a script a few days ago and wanted to discuss it with you. I also have a script here, a new film by director Wang Ying. The female lead is a perfect fit for you. You could give it a try if you're interested. Sure, bring the script next time you come. Of course, you're very busy. If you don't have time to come, I can talk to you in your office. Guang Li looked up at him, her beautiful oval face showing a hint of anticipation. I have time. I didn't get to try your cooking last time, I hope I can this time, no problem. Give me a call before you come, I'll prepare in advance, okay? As they were about to part, Link reached out and said, want a hug? To make old Zhang give up completely, Guang Li chuckled, stepped forward and threw herself into his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, feeling the warmth of his body. His fresh and alluring masculine scent, and his chilling strength and reliability. She felt as if she were melting into him, unable to stand up any longer. Director Zhang, don't look anymore, there's no stopping her. Let her go, Jeju advised. Director Zhang withdrew his disappointed eyes, picked up his glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. Yowzi, I just don't understand, there are so many good men in the world, why does she have to like a scumbag? Our scumbag's the only good men, Jeju smacked his lips. Link isn't exactly a scumbag. He's worth billions of dollars, a big director and boss, tall, and handsome. A guy like that would have plenty of young girls and wives in China. Besides, Link is only 23 years old, in the prime of his youth, and unmarried. It's understandable that he's experienced in relationships, after all, we've all been young once, Director Zhang chuckled dryly. He was married, had children, and was a full 12 years older than Link. His actions were even more despicable than Link's. He felt this bald guy was mocking him. Jeju, after parting ways with Guang Li, Link encountered Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in a crowd. Nicole Kidman said she wanted to talk to him about the Batman role and hoped he would sit down and discuss it. Link agreed and sat down in an empty seat. Tom Cruise stayed behind, looking impatient. While listening to the two discuss the movie, he suddenly noticed that Nicole's leg, which had been under the table, was now draped over Link's leg, rubbing against it incessantly, the actions becoming increasingly inappropriate. Tom Cruise's face darkened. He wanted to overturn the round table, stand up, and loudly rebuke the two for their shamelessness. He was still there, and she was doing this to another man. Did she think he was dead? However, considering Michael Ovitz's plan, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Chapter 295. You're doing this to my face? Do you think I'm blind? Dr. Chase is a psychiatrist with a captivating appearance. After meeting Batman, she became fascinated by his dual nature and developed an urge to learn more. As they got to know each other better, she began to fall for Bruce Wayne, the man behind the Batman mask. You need to be careful during the performance. At the round table, Link was discussing Dr. Chase, the female lead in Batman, when suddenly someone touched his leg. He glanced over casually and saw a smooth, white foot rubbing against his leg, gradually increasing its movement. Director Link, what should I be careful about during the performance? Please continue. Nicole Kidman, sitting opposite him, blinked her beautiful eyes, a charming smile playing on her red lips. Link raised an eyebrow, inwardly sighing that this woman was crazy. Her husband was right there, how could she dare do such a thing? He should have gotten up and left to avoid trouble. But this woman had touched him a few times. Unhealthy tendencies were starting to emerge. Standing up at this point would have overturned the table. Nicole, during the performance, you not only need to portray Dr. Chase's elegance and charm, but also the intellect and professionalism of a psychiatrist. You need to let people know that you are a professional psychiatrist and then a charming woman. Only then can you portray this character in a three-dimensional and full way. Link grabbed the foot that reached out and put it down, but within a few seconds, the foot coiled up again like a white snake. Nicole Kidman leaned against the table, biting her lower lip, her face gradually turning red. Director Link, I've heard that most psychiatrists are mentally unstable. Should I act a bit crazier, a bit more seductive? Would being both crazy and beautiful be more memorable? No need. Dr. Chase is a normal person, not a crazy woman. You don't need to add any scenes, not necessarily. I'm a woman, and I understand women better. Many women appear dignified, but beneath their beautiful exteriors lies a crazy heart. Nicole Kidman slowly stretched her legs, smiling charmingly. After discovering Batman's dual personality, Dr. Chase became curious about it and wanted to study it in depth. However, Batman's identity is secretive, and she couldn't spend much time with him. Under these circumstances, she developed an obsession to find Batman. To this end, she didn't hesitate to cooperate with Two-Face and the Riddler, deliberately falling into Two-Face's hands to trick Batman into coming to rescue her, using this method to capture Batman. Stop, Link was speechless. This woman was too good at adding scenes for herself. If she changed it like this, Dr. Chase would become a hidden villain, making the plot even more complicated. However, Batman Forever is a mainstream commercial film. An overly complex plot would drive away audiences and lead to box office failure. This approach is highly inadvisable. Nicole, you just need to follow the script. There's no need for any secondary modifications. Okay, I'll listen to you, whatever you say. Nicole Kidman giggled. Tom Cruise's face darkened. Nicole hadn't finished after so long, and Link hadn't gotten up to leave, clearly disregarding him. This couple was going too far. Tom, I heard you and Link have some minor misunderstandings. Link's here today, so why don't I act as a mediator and help you resolve this? Nicole Kidman turned to look at him, her delicate cheeks flushed. Her eyes slightly dreamy, making her appear incredibly sexy and alluring. No need, Tom Cruise said sternly. Tom, don't be like that. Link is the best director in Hollywood, and you're the best actress. Being friends is better for both of you than enemies, isn't it? Nicole Kidman asked with a smile. No need. Are you done yet? No, are you two finished talking? Tom Cruise asked impatiently. I don't think so. Link is amazing. He peeled back the layers of Dr. Chase's character in just a few words, allowing me to understand the character more deeply. I want to talk to Link a little longer, Tom. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll come find you later, Nicole Kidman said. I'm not busy. Tom Cruise sat down with a dark face. If these two did something even more outrageous in public after he left, he would be the one who lost face. Link shook his head. From their conversation, he could tell that their relationship was indeed not good, but he had no interest in interfering in their affairs. After chatting for a few more minutes, he endured his discomfort, put his hands in his pockets, and got up to leave. Nicole Kidman looked at the outline of his clothes, covered her red lips, and chuckled. When she put on her high heels, she felt her soles burning hot, as if she had walked on a red-hot iron. What are you doing? Tom Cruise grabbed Nicole Kidman's arm and hissed angrily in a low voice. Link and I were chatting, didn't you hear me? Nicole Kidman smiled nonchalantly. You? Tom Cruise glared at her, wanting to expose Nicole Kidman's dirty tricks under the table, but he swallowed his words. He was Nicole's husband, and he hadn't stopped her immediately after discovering this, but instead spoke up afterward. If Nicole questioned him about why he hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't be able to answer, and he would lose face. You should talk to him less in the future. Everyone knows that Link and I have a conflict. If you sit too close to him, what will people think of me? Tom Cruise noticed that someone was watching them, and to avoid suspicion, he put his arm around Nicole's shoulder, a gentle and doting smile on his face, as if he were whispering sweet nothings. Okay, I'll be careful. Nicole Kidman leaned against her husband with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on Link as he walked into the crowd. Her red lips curled into a charming smile. What are you and Link talking about? Michael Ovitz walked over and asked abruptly. He had just heard that Link and Tom Cruise were chatting happily, and he suspected that the two might have reconciled and stopped their conflict. Michael Ovitz was very uncomfortable to hear this. Tom Cruise was his confidant, how could he reconcile with Link? Mike, Tom and I ran into Link, and thinking that the two had a misunderstanding, I was going to help them mediate so that it would be easier for them to cooperate in the future, Nicole Kidman said with a smile. She's crazy. I will absolutely not cooperate with Link, Tom Cruise said coldly, stating his position. Nicole Kidman chuckled. Mike, why don't you persuade Tom to reconcile with Link? If they become friends, I can collaborate with Link more, and I can invite Link to my parties later. Doesn't that sound great? Michael Ovitz frowned, initially wanting to reject Nicole's suggestion outright, but then he remembered Nicole's statement that after their reconciliation, their interactions would increase, and Link could be invited to parties. In this situation, Link would lower his guard against Nicole, giving her an opportunity to make her move. Once Link slept with Nicole, things would become much simpler. The next time they stirred up rumors about Link, the 7 major media groups wouldn't blame him for providing weak smear material. Michael Ovitz narrowed his eyes and smiled. Nicole's right, Tom. You can try to reconcile with Link if you have the chance. Mike, are you kidding? Tom Cruise asked, puzzled. Michael Ovitz laughed, put his arm around Tom Cruise's shoulder, and quietly explained the benefits of doing so. Chapter 296. After becoming a billionaire, even bumping into a beautiful woman is a dream come true. Aren't you envious? Hopefully I won't get athlete's foot. Link went to the bathroom to wash his hands and calm down. He wasn't worried about athlete's foot. A couple of years ago, he'd catch minor colds from wind, cold or heat-related illnesses, but since last year, his constitution had strengthened, making him healthier and stronger, and he hadn't had any illnesses, big or small. Ordinary athlete's foot or other germs would have a hard time breaching his body's defenses, one of the benefits of his enhanced physical abilities. I still need to focus on making the movie. After finishing up with company matters, I'll concentrate on filming and ignore everything else. Link turned off the tap, and after calming down, he walked out of the bathroom. Just as he emerged, a woman with flowing blonde hair and a red dress bumped into him. With his enhanced physical abilities, his reaction time was incredibly fast. He slightly shifted his shoulder, avoiding the woman who was about to hide him. Sorry, Director Link, I didn't notice you. The woman stopped and apologized. The woman was an acquaintance, Cameron Diaz, the female lead in The Mask. After the movie's huge success, tabloids had spread rumors that Cameron Diaz was his girlfriend, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten such an important role. In reality, Cameron Diaz got the role through a normal audition, which had nothing to do with him. Yet, this scandalous rumor spread, leaving him feeling like he got nothing but fishy smells. It's alright, you didn't bump into me. Link waved and prepared to leave. Director Link, I'm a fan of yours. I really like your movies. Can I exchange phone numbers with you? Cameron Diaz blinked her blue eyes, her cheeks flushed, and asked. Currently, Cameron Diaz is 22 years old, over 175 centimeters tall, and has a striking figure and looks. When she cautiously makes such a request, few would refuse. Link took out a business card and handed it to her. He wasn't sure if Cameron Diaz was deliberately waiting there, or if she was just asking for his phone number on a whim, but it didn't matter. There was no need to worry about the details. After Link left, the beautiful Cameron Diaz in the red dress watched his retreating figure, her heart pounding. Before coming, she wasn't sure if this would backfire, but some risks were worthwhile. Link is currently the richest and most powerful man in Hollywood, possessing countless resources and holding a higher position than the presidents of the 7 major film studios. If one could get to know him and gain his approval, their career in Hollywood would undoubtedly be much smoother. Cameron Diaz glanced at the business card in her hand, a captivating smile playing on her lips. Suddenly remembering her unresolved matters, she touched her flat stomach and calmly walked into the restroom. Back in the lobby, the Golden Globe party was in its second half, and guests began to leave. Link, along with Monica, Jennifer, Sandra Bullock, and Julianne Moore, got into their van and returned to their Beverly Hills villa to rest. The Beverly Hills night was quiet, but Link's villa was bustling with activity, like a paradise on earth. After the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the news that Guess the Movie's films had received 0 nominations out of 10 was widely reported by the media. Rumors circulated in Hollywood circles that this was the result of the 7 major film studios suppressing Guess the Movie's films. Guessing games will likely face similar pressure in the coming months and years, making it extremely difficult for their films to win major awards in North America. Filmmakers aiming for Golden Globe and Academy Awards are advised against collaborating with guessing games. Industry insiders have also commented on this in newspapers. Renowned film critic James Jones recently questioned the fairness of the Golden Globe Awards. His reasoning was that Guessing Game 7, as last year's North American box office champion, achieved not only huge commercial success but also critical acclaim. The film demonstrates exceptional skill in narrative, cinematography, and visual and sound effects, making it a masterpiece that combines commercial value with artistic merit. However, it is puzzling that such a critically and commercially successful film failed to receive any recognition at the Golden Globes, an award heavily influenced by commercial considerations. In addition, Jones mentions several other classic films from Guess the Movies franchise, such as Good Will Hunting, Eat Drink Man Woman, Before Sunrise, Speed, and The Mask. These films are all of extremely high quality and hold important places in film history. These films should have received more awards, but they also failed to win any Golden Globes. Jones emphasized that this phenomenon should not be taken for granted, and that the Golden Globes selection criteria are clearly biased, warranting serious reflection from the industry. Jones' comments sparked widespread discussion within the industry after their release. Many film fans and industry professionals expressed their support, believing that the Golden Globes selection mechanism needs further transparency and fairness to ensure that truly excellent works receive the recognition they deserve. However, some also expressed opposition to James Jones' comments. Last year was a big year for the film industry, with many classic films emerging, making the competition exceptionally fierce. For example, films such as Forrest Gump, The Lion King, True Lies, Interview with a Vampire, Legends of the Fall, and Pulp Fiction performed well at the box office and with critics, naturally making the awards competition even more intense. Therefore, it's understandable that films produced by Guess Movies failed to win awards, and cannot be simply attributed to unfair selection. Faced with these controversies, Guess Movies remained restrained, neither seeking sympathy nor issuing any response, demonstrating its professionalism. Meanwhile, the 7 major studios also remained silent on these rumors, neither denying nor confirming the so-called suppression. This attitude may be intended to send a signal, reminding industry stakeholders to carefully weigh their options when collaborating with Guess Movies to avoid unnecessary disputes. This series of events not only sparked discussions about award selection criteria, but also reflected the complex ecosystem within the film industry. Whether it's the award distribution or competition between studios, deeper industry logic and power struggles lie beneath the surface. Insiders see the intricacies, while ordinary people only see the spectacle. Before the controversy subsided, the nominees for the 67th Academy Awards were announced. The Golden Globe Awards ceremony is held annually a few days before the Oscar nominees are announced, to demonstrate the Golden Globe's fairness. Guess the Movies Pictures had 6 films nominated for this year's Academy Awards, receiving 22 nominations. 7 received 8 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Cinematography, and Best Editing. Good Will Hunting received 8 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Original Screenplay. Speed received 3 nominations, Best Sound, Best Sound Editing, and Best Film Editing. The Mask received 1 nomination, Best Visual Effects. Eat Drink Man Woman received 1 nomination, Best Foreign Language Film. Leon, The Professional received 1 nomination, Best Supporting Actor. Pulp Fiction, produced by Guess the Movies Pictures, received 7 nominations. Jennifer Connelly received a Best Supporting Actress nomination for her performance in Seven. Jodie Foster and Winona Ryder both received Best Actress nominations for their roles in Daughter of the Earth and Little Women, respectively. However, the film with the most Oscar nominations this year is Forrest Gump, becoming only the 5th film in Oscar history to receive 13 nominations. After the Oscar nominations were announced, many people called to congratulate him, calling him the youngest Best Director nominee in Oscar history. The previous youngest Best Director nominee was John Singleton, a black director who was nominated for Best Director at the 64th Academy Awards in 1991 for Boys in the Block, at the age of 24. He also directed Justin's Poetry. Now it's 23-year-old Link. Link doesn't seem too concerned about this record. He believes that receiving an Oscar nomination early is useless, only winning it matters. The Academy judges like to keep people in suspense. They don't easily award young, handsome, and talented filmmakers. They nominate them multiple times, letting them grow old, lose their looks, and suffer enough torment before finally awarding them the prize. thus highlighting the rarity and difficulty of winning an Oscar. For example, the famous Irish actor Peter O'Toole, who played Poirot's teacher in the film The Last Emperor, was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Actor 8 times since 1963, but never won before his death. Martin Scorsese, the director, received 6 nominations before finally winning Best Director. Link wasn't sure when he would win the award, but knew his chances were slim this year. When he received congratulations, Link also called acquaintances who had been nominated, wishing them good luck. "Haha, Link, we both won Best Screenplay. Want to see who wins?" Quentin said excitedly on the phone. "I'm for Best Adapted Screenplay, you're for Best Original Screenplay. We're not in the same category, it's okay, winning is winning, and if I lose, I'll treat everyone to drinks at Kerwell Bar, okay? I can afford to lose this bet." After hanging up, Link called a meeting with Liu Xiaoli, Michael Leeson, John Gordon, and a few others, instructing them to contact the Academy members, increase public relations efforts for each award category, and strive to win more awards. They shouldn't be afraid to spend money on public relations. According to media investigations, from 1981 to 1993, over a decade, a film's global box office increased by an average of 18%, approximately $26 million, from receiving an Oscar nomination to winning the award. Winning other Oscar awards increased the box office by an average of 13%, approximately $18 million. For example, after winning the Oscar for Best Picture, the 1986 film Platoon saw its box office revenue increase from $34.5 million to $104 million. Similarly, the 1990 film Dances with Wolves saw its box office revenue increase from $47.1 million to $137 million after winning the same award. Regarding actor salaries, actors who win acting awards experience a dramatic increase in pay within a year, with newcomers seeing their salaries approach those of second-tier actors, second- or third-tier actors rising to first-tier status, and first-tier actors at least doubling their salaries or receiving a share of the box office revenue. This is the prestige of the Oscars and one of the reasons why countless films and filmmakers aspire to win them each year. If a film company's public relations efforts are successful, the costs can be recouped through box office success. Furthermore, if Seven had won an Oscar, its box office subsidies would have increased according to the system's subsidy rules. Spending more money on award-related public relations is worthwhile. Chapter 297 The large desk in the office finally found its purpose. Knowing Harvey Weinstein was an Oscar PR expert and a future Oscar-winning actor and actress maker, Link proactively called Weinstein to discuss the awards relations for Pulp Fiction. The film was a co-production of 2 companies, with roughly equal box office revenue sharing. If the film won an award, guess the movie would earn significantly more. However, Weinstein seemed reluctant to work with Guess the Movie, demanding $3.5 million be allocated to Miramax for the operation. Link refused, insisting on a joint effort between the 2 companies. He mentioned their collaboration on The Butterfly Effect, hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict. Weinstein reluctantly agreed. Link arranged for Lewinsky and others to learn from Miramax's PR team, observing how the awards relations expert, Harvey Weinstein, secured an Oscar. Monica, remember, Harvey is cunning and a bit of a womanizer. Be careful when you're involved in public relations. Contact me if anything goes wrong. Yes, boss, I will be careful. I'm your person, and no one can bully me except you. Monica Lewinsky blinked her big eyes and smiled. After becoming a full-time employee of Guess the Movies, Lewinsky had become bolder and less reserved in her speech. Occasionally, she would say some ambiguous things and make some ambiguous gestures, flirting with her boss. Link smiled and told her to go and make preparations. Boss, The Shawshank Redemption is finished. There will be a preview screening at the company tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to attend? Assistant Anne asked as she entered. Yes, please make the arrangements. After Anne left, Link continued to handle the company's work. With the new year approaching, the company had a multitude of tasks, including the release of new films in the first half of the year, the filming of new film projects, and the acquisition of film production and distribution companies. In addition, he also had to deal with the underhanded tactics used by the 7 major film studios. For example, at the beginning of the year, 3 supervisory-level employees and 14 ordinary employees left the production and distribution departments. Fortunately, Guess C Pictures offered good compensation and its reputation was growing, attracting many job seekers each year. While losing more than 10 people was a loss, the impact was minimal. Furthermore, 6 film projects that Guess C Pictures was interested in, including The Bad Girls, Speed, and Gattaca, were poached by the Big 7 studios. These projects were originally approached by independent film companies lacking funding, seeking collaboration with the Guess C Pictures. After passing the review process, they received collaboration offers from the Big 7 studios with more favorable terms. Producers from those independent film companies then moved their projects to the Big 7. As a result, Guess C Pictures had to amend its cooperation agreements with other film companies, increasing the penalty for breach of contract. Several directors who had worked with the company were also signed by the Big 7 studios with large contracts, including Jane DeBont, director of Speed, and Chuck Russell, director of The Mask, causing several sequel plans to be shelved. Therefore, Link had to work overtime to prepare for the Batman sequel, planning to make several more films after finishing this one to make up for the lack of film projects. There were other underhanded tactics. But thanks to the timely handling by Link and the management, the impact was minimal. This year, Guess the Movies has 11 films awaiting release, including Rumble in the Bronx, The Man from Earth, Second Sight, The Butterfly Effect, Paranormal Activity 2, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective 2, and At All Costs, almost one per month. This year, Guess the Movies has 12 films already in development or starting production, including Jodie Foster's Hatchie, A Dog's Tale, Michelle Pfeiffer's Dangerous Games, produced and starring, and Wayne Wang's Chinese Box. Also included are assistant director Paul Thomas Anderson's debut film Casino Tycoon, Sandra Bullock's The Internet, Steven Soderbergh's The Anatomy of Grey, and Link's Final Destination 2. Link also had several film projects finalized, including Scream and Primal Fear, as well as 3 films in collaboration with Columbia Pictures, Fight Club, The Fifth Element, and Jerry Maguire. Except for the latter 2, these projects had relatively low budgets, weren't considered blockbusters, and their box office potential couldn't compare to last year's The Mask, Speed, and Seven. To ensure the company's films were competitive at the box office, Link had to review several scripts to identify potentially big-budget films. The next day, Link attended a preview screening of The Shawshank Redemption at the Guessing Movies Theater. The film was very similar to the original. Without close inspection, it was almost impossible to tell the difference. After the screening, the audience erupted in applause, congratulating the cast and crew on making a good film. Link, as the film's producer, editor, and cameo actor, was also considered part of the creative team. After the screening, he received a notification from the system about a box office subsidy. His involvement in the film was 16%, earning him 1.3 times the box office bonus, a 2% director's physical fitness bonus, and nothing else. But even a small reward is better than nothing. The 2% bonus was better than 2 months of continuous training. After the test screening of The Shawshank Redemption, Link and Tim Robbins went to his office to read his new script, Dead Man Walking, about a murderer who finds redemption through religion and humanity before his death. The film's box office potential was uncertain, but its artistic merit was high, and it had the potential to win awards, making it a worthwhile investment. Tim Robbins wanted to direct, with Susan Sarandon as the female lead, and invited Link to serve as producer and editor. After consideration, Link agreed. This film became the 13th film that Guess.com Pictures had participated in producing this year. Have you been very busy lately? You look a little tired, Guang Li said as she entered Tim Robbins' office after he left. She wore a white openwork knit top, the delicate openwork design subtly revealing her fair skin, neither overly flamboyant nor lacking in sexiness. She paired it with a dark-colored, high-waisted skirt, the design accentuating her full, curvaceous figure while giving her a sharp and capable look. Her face was a classic oval shape, with a healthy, rosy complexion and soft yet defined features. Especially striking was the faint smile on her face, neither ostentatious nor forced, exuding a mature woman's charm. I've been really busy these past few days, but do I look tired? Link, sitting at his desk reviewing materials, never felt tired. Now, hearing Gong Li say he was tired, he was curious about what he looked like when he was exhausted. You look more energetic than others, but compared to usual, you seem a little. Guang Li gestured with her hands, smiling. Link smiled slightly and pulled her into his arms. Last time, after inviting Jie and director Zhang to dinner, Link and Gong Li returned to her apartment, drinking, reading scripts, and chatting. Finally, on the not-so-large bed in the apartment, what was supposed to happen, happened. This happened several more times afterward. Because he was busy with work and had many women at home, living outside was inconvenient. Gong Li, being very understanding, often came to his office for dates. Link hugged and kissed Gong Li. Although he had many girlfriends, he treated each one with care, giving them everything they needed, whether it was money, resources, or even himself. Because he was wealthy and powerful, the women around him became increasingly dependent on him, often trying different ways to please him, and Gong Li was no exception. Link enjoyed this and tried to maintain this relationship. After working at their desks for over 20 minutes, the bright sunlight outside the window made them sweat, and they gradually relaxed, embracing and chatting. "Lily, how was the script I gave you last time?" It was director Wayne Wang's new film, China Box, about a terminally ill British journalist who came to Hong Kong in 1997 and fell in love with a Chinese woman. The film was planned to star Gong Li and Maggie Cheung as the two leads. "It's great, the story is very interesting, and I'm willing to act in it. But isn't $200,000 a bit too high? I don't want our relationship to break company rules." Gong Li leaned against him, her face flushed. "It's not high. You're a Venice Film Festival Best Actress, an international star, with superb acting skills. $200,000 is just a base salary in Hollywood. After you've acted in a few films, your salary will be at least $1 million. Link hugged her, placing his hands in the most comfortable position, quietly feeling her broad-mindedness. Gong Li chuckled, "What, Venice Best Actress? Last year when I auditioned for other film crews, nobody paid any attention to me. Even if I passed the audition, I was paid by the day, a few hundred or a few $1,000s. Your acting is excellent, you're beautiful, a rare Chinese beauty. Everyone will know you in the future," Link said softly. Gong Li smiled slightly, her arms wrapping around him again, and she sat up to please him. Link accepted her gratitude. In fact, it wasn't just Gong Li, he also offered high salaries to his other girlfriends when they participated in films produced by guess what films. On the one hand, he's not short of money, using this method to pay for their living expenses. On the other hand, it also increases their film salaries, allowing them to earn more money in other film projects. Among his current girlfriends, Michelle Pfeiffer has the highest salary at $12 million. Sandra Bullock's salary rose to $5 million after the huge success of Speed. Monica, Jennifer Connelly, and Renee Zellweger, among others, earn less than $5 million and still need to work harder. Gong Li's salary is among the lower tier of his girlfriends, but it's still many times higher than her salary when filming in China. Currently, the salary of a top-tier actor in China is around 80,000 yuan. Ring ring. Just as the two were regrouping, the phone on the table rang. It was the general assistant, Annie, calling to say that Daniel DeVito had a job request. Link had no choice but to grab his clothes and end his date with Gong Li. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. What? A trap falling from the sky? Daniel DeVito didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man with brown curly hair and a hooked nose. Link recognized this man, Donald Simpson, a top Hollywood producer and owner of Don Simpson Jerry Bruckheimer films. His film credits included Days of Thunder, Flashdance, and Beverly Hills Cop 1, 2, 3, and he had launched the careers of stars like Tom Cruise. Link was curious about the man's purpose. After a few pleasantries, Donald Simpson explained his purpose. He had a major film project he wanted to collaborate with Guess C Pictures on. Link was somewhat surprised. Donald Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer were top producers, frequently collaborating with the Big Seven studios on projects with budgets reaching tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Although they hadn't produced any particularly successful films in the past 5 years, they were still highly regarded producers, their reputations commanded respect, and the projects they were interested in were highly sought after by the Big Seven studios. Just as Guess the Movies was facing an attack from the 7 major studios, and many independent filmmakers and film companies were hesitant to collaborate with them, Donald Simpson proactively approached them with a film project. This thoughtfulness was touching, and Link was also eager to work with him. He asked to see the script, saying he would consider collaborating as long as it wasn't too bad. The script Donald Simpson brought was called The Rock, which could be translated as The Rock, Unbreakable, etc., depending on the story. The script told the story of an ordinary hero. It began with Brigadier General Fran Hammer, a Vietnam War veteran, who, dissatisfied with the U.S. government's compensation and welfare policies for veterans, fallen soldiers, and their families, led a rebellion. They smuggled the U.S. military's latest biological weapons to Rock Island and kidnapped 81 tourists. The rebels used the hostages as leverage, demanding a $100 million ransom from the U.S. government within 48 hours, or they would execute the hostages and attack San Francisco with poison gas. Rock Island, once the most heavily guarded prison in the United States, is strategically located and easily defensible. After the hostage crisis, the San Francisco Police Department dispatched a special task force to raid the island, but the operation ended in complete failure. Just as the police were about to abandon the operation, a construction engineer named Stanley volunteered to lead a second assault on Rock Island. Stanley had participated in the construction and maintenance of the prison and knew of a secret passage leading directly to the island's core buildings. However, when the police asked him to draw a detailed route, Stanley claimed the entrance was extremely well hidden and could only be found by him personally. After intense discussion, the police finally agreed to his plan and sent a second task force with him to Rock Island to carry out the rescue operation. In fact, Stanley volunteered because his wife and daughter were among the 81 hostages. If the police abandoned the rescue operation, his family would be doomed. To save his wife and daughter, Stanley, leveraging his deep understanding of the prison structure, successfully guided the task force to infiltrate Rock Island. At a crucial moment in the operation, he personally dismantled the device the hijackers were using to launch biological weapons, completely thwarting Hammer's plan. Ultimately, Stanley not only rescued his wife and daughters but also successfully freed all the hostages, becoming a civilian hero and receiving cheers from everyone. After reading the script, Link felt it was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, the first third of the plot was similar to Nicolas Cage's The Rock. However, the main plot of The Rock involves Brigadier General Fran Hammer leading dozens of retired Marines to occupy Rock Island, taking 81 tourists hostage to demand the U.S. government's intervention. To rescue the hostages, the U.S. government dispatched former British agent John Mason to the island. John Mason had previously served time in the island's prison but had successfully escaped. He was familiar with the route into the island, and if he rescued the tourists, he could be exonerated. The film's protagonist is Stanley, a bioweapon scientist whose original mission was to monitor John Mason and prevent his escape. Later, during the operation, he helps Mason enter the island, rescue hostages, and defeat the rebels led by Fran Hammer. The previous version was rather dull, with little humor in its dialogue, while the film version features more witty and humorous dialogue, richer content, and incorporates many current memes. Link read it again, thinking that the previous version was probably the original, while the latter was a revised version. In fact, many original scripts differ greatly from the final film because scripts undergo multiple revisions before being made into films, are repeatedly revised during filming, and then, during editing, the story is changed again to consider box office and market demands. Sometimes, it's even a completely different story. This leads many directors to write and direct their own scripts to ensure the integrity of the story. Director Link, what do you think of this script? Does it have the potential to be a box office hit? Donald Simpson asked, putting down his coffee cup after Link finished reading. Link nodded. Very good. Gunfights, explosions, rapids, hand-to-hand combat, and more explosion scenes. The plot is tight, thrilling, and worth investing in. Donald Simpson's eyes lit up, and he said enthusiastically, Director Link, I'm glad you like the script. I'm currently looking for investors for this project. I wonder if you'd be interested in investing. What's the budget for this film? How much more investment do we need? Link asked. Donald Simpson sighed and said, I've been preparing for this project for over 2 years, but the budget is too high. The initial budget is $100 million, and the 7 major studios are worried about not being able to recoup their costs, so they haven't agreed to invest. I heard that Guessing Pictures has good production capabilities and is a good partner, so I brought the script here to give it a try. If Guessing Pictures is interested in investing, this project will be entirely handed over to you for investment and production. My requirements are that this film must be completed within 2 years. I will be the producer of the project. My salary is $5 million, and I will receive 5% of the global box office revenue. Boss, a budget of $100 million is too high. Our company has more than 10 projects this year, we can't handle such a large project, Daniel DeVito objected. Link asked Donald Simpson to wait a moment while he met with Daniel DeVito. Daniel, what's your opinion? Link asked, taking a sip of water in the next office. Boss, this project has too much investment and too much risk. The script is also rather cliched, and it's far inferior to action films like The Terminator, Die Hard, and Sniper. Spending $100 million on a film like this might not even recoup the costs, Daniel DeVito advised. I understand your thinking, and I don't particularly like the script's design either. However, the basic story is good. The cliched parts can be modified, and the high budget can be reduced to lower the risk. Overall, it's a film project with investment value. Boss, are you confident you can revise the script well? Daniel DeVito's eyes lit up. Link wasn't just a top Hollywood commercial film director, but also a top screenwriter. Almost every script he wrote resulted in a bad film or a loss. If Link was confident he could revise it well, the project would be worth investing in. Yes. I guarantee it's a good story. Great. Let's take this project and give it a try. Daniel DeVito left the office confidently and went to Donald Simpson to discuss the collaboration. To avoid the script being snatched away by the Big Seven studios again, the two parties first signed a copyright transaction agreement. Guess what? Pictures bought the script adaptation rights from Don Simpson Jerry Bruckheimer Films for $500,000, valid for 3 years. If no film was made within 3 years, the copyright would automatically revert to Donald Simpson's company. In the future, after the film project was approved, guess what? Pictures would hire Donald Simpson as a co-producer, with a salary of $2 million and no profit sharing. After 3 days of negotiations, the two parties reached a deal, and the Rock on the Rock project officially landed in the hands of guess what? Pictures. Link smiled as he held the contract. Most of the 12 film projects finalized this year were low-budget films, mainly art films, with relatively few heavyweight commercial films, only Jerry Maguire and The Fifth Element, both of which were collaborations with Columbia Pictures. Without big-budget commercial films in hand, Guess C Pictures films wouldn't be competitive in the box office next year, unable to compare with the numerous blockbusters from the 7 major studios, and unable to maintain its rapid growth momentum. Now, with The Rock, if he seizes the time to shoot a few more films, Guess C Pictures films will still be highly competitive in the next 2 years. He just doesn't quite understand why this film project automatically came to Guess C Pictures. But it's a good thing, so he doesn't think too much about it and begins to revise the script. Ha ha ha, Link, you're nothing special after all. After signing the cooperation agreement with Guess C Pictures, Donald Simpson got into the van, looked at the terms of the contract, and received the $500,000 check, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 299 Why did I receive a pie? In fact, Michael Ovitz was the one who asked him to send the script. Since last year, Michael Ovitz had been trying various methods to retaliate against Link and suppress Guessing Movies. These included smearing Link with scandals, poaching talent from Guessing Movies, suppressing its publicity and distribution, and this poison pill plan. The poison pill plan was a clever tactic that Michael Ovitz discovered while reading the autobiography of Louis B. Mayer, the founder of MGM and the King of Hollywood. It involved fabricating a seemingly good but actually problematic script, sending it through clandestine channels to a rival company, and having them invest in and produce it, ultimately causing the rival company to lose money. For example, the Cleopatra Project was a lavish commercial blockbuster that MGM induced its rival 20th Century Fox to produce after the successful distribution of the blockbuster Ben-Hur. The production cost was $44 million, but it only grossed $26 million worldwide, almost bankrupting 20th Century Fox. The plan seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult to execute. First, a suitable script was needed to deceive the audience. The script had to look good and have a high production cost. Second, it needed to successfully get the script into the hands of a competitor and ensure the film project was approved and filmed smoothly. To this end, Michael Ovitz found more than a dozen top screenwriters and producers, asking them to help review the scripts of commercial blockbusters rejected by the Big Seven studios, to find a script that looked good, had a large investment, and was guaranteed to lose money after filming. These top screenwriters and producers worked for 2 or 3 months, ultimately selecting The Rock from hundreds of scripts. At first glance, The script seemed good, but after review by numerous top producers, it had many serious flaws, including a cliched plot, one-dimensional characters, and an excessively high production cost. There was a 90% chance it would lose money. After consulting with many people, Michael Ovitz decided to use this script to trap Guess the Movies. To convince Link that the project had investment value, Michael Ovitz invited Donald Simpson, a top producer, to persuade Link. Donald Simpson and Michael had a good personal relationship, so he didn't refuse. However, when it came to persuading Link to join the project, they repeatedly studied various strategies, ultimately choosing to use sincerity to move Link. Before coming, he prepared many lines, intending to use them to convince Link after he read the script. But Link, after reading the script, said it was good and worth investing in. This resulted in many lines remaining unspoken until after the contract was signed. The whole thing went exceptionally smoothly. Thinking about Link's performance in this matter, Donald Simpson shook his head, very disappointed. Before meeting Link, he had heard how amazing Link was, how incredible he was, that even the 7 major studios combined couldn't beat him. After meeting him, he found Link to be nothing special. Ring ring, the cell phone rang. Donald Simpson picked it up, glanced at it, and laughed. Mike, what's up? Donald, stop pretending, tell me quickly, how did it go? Did you sign the contract? Michael Ovitz asked excitedly. Everything went smoothly. Success? You signed the contract. That's great, Donald. Tell me everything, don't leave out a single word. Haha, no rush, I'll tell you slowly. Donald Simpson took a sip of his soda and slowly recounted how he persuaded Link. To show that he had played a significant role in this matter, he deliberately exaggerated his performance, saying that when he met Link, he used many brilliant remarks that deeply moved Link, making Link admire him greatly. He said that Link listened very attentively to him, not missing a single word, and was very honored that he had come to Guessing Pictures to seek cooperation, hoping that the two sides would have more opportunities to work together. Haha, in the end, Link offered me $2 million to be the producer of this film. Including the $500,000 adaptation fee, Guess the Movies has already spent $2.5 million before the project even started, so Guess the Movies has taken over the project and plans to make it into a movie within 3 years. That's right. According to Link, filming should begin this year. Great, Donald, you've done a fantastic job. This project has a production cost of $100 million. No matter how it's filmed, it's impossible to make a profit. He's definitely going to lose money on this project. Ha ha ha. Michael Ovitz burst into laughter on the phone. Donald Simpson chuckled as well. Michael, I think you guys overestimate Link. He's not as shrewd and capable as the rumors say. In my opinion, Guess the Movies hasn't gone bankrupt because of old-timers like Daniel DeVito and Michael Leeson, not because of Link. Donald, don't underestimate Link. He's not easy to deal with, especially in film. He rarely makes mistakes, Michael Ovitz said seriously. Haha, Michael, do you know what I found when I first met Link? I saw a half-lick print on Link's neck. The air was thick with the scent of women's perfume, and there was half a stocking tucked into his folder. That means he was in his office making out with a woman before I went in to see him. What kind of shrewd and capable manager would someone who messes around during work hours? If you were truly shrewd and incapable of making mistakes, why would he be interested in this hopeless script? Donald Simpson said contemptuously. This guy's playing around with women in his office? Hell, this guy is definitely a womanizer. But Donald, don't be too careless. Before the film gets funding and approval, spend some time visiting the film studios and getting them to invest as soon as possible. Only when this project enters the filming stage will Link have truly fallen into the trap we've dug. Right now, it's just signing the contract. We haven't won yet, Michael Ovitz instructed. Don't worry, I guarantee Link will make the film according to my instructions, Donald Simpson said, patting his chest. Michael Ovitz hung up the phone, a cold smile on his face. Link, even if you're a genius, you're going to fall into the trap I've set for you this time. For the past year, he had underestimated Link, never going all out in his attacks, allowing Link to gradually rise in Hollywood, surpassing him and becoming the #1 on Vanity Fair's 1994 list of most powerful people. Link had stolen the honor that should have been his. He was filled with regret. He deeply regretted not going all out against Link initially, destroying him when he was weak. This had given Link too much time and resources to grow. Now that he knew how powerful Link was, he would no longer underestimate him. This time, he would use a multi-pronged approach to thoroughly suppress Link and reclaim the title of #1 on Hollywood's most powerful list. Chapter 300. Please don't get too close to me, I don't want Link to misunderstand. After finishing his company work, Link took time to serve as producer and executive writer on the set of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, while also personally mentoring Jodie Foster in filmmaking. Although Jodie Foster had directed one television series and one film, her lack of systematic professional training meant she was still somewhat immature in narrative pacing, camera language, and overall control, and her inexperience inevitably showed when handling complex scenes. Now, under the careful guidance of Link, a master filmmaker, her directing skills improved rapidly. Her camera work, narrative control, and actor training all showed significant improvement. How can you be so amazing? Jodie Foster looked back at him after filming a scene according to his instructions, her deep blue eyes filled with surprise and admiration. She had prepared for this scene for 3 days and filmed it over 30 times, but was still unsatisfied, almost causing the lead actor, Robin Williams, to quit. After Link arrived on set, she sought his advice. After reviewing the footage, Link quickly pointed out the problems and suggested solutions. She filmed it the way Link instructed, achieving the desired effect in just one take. It felt amazing. If Link weren't a boy, she would have jumped into his arms and kissed him. Link smiled. You're amazing too. This shot is like a college math problem, and you're at a high school level. I only explained it once, and you solved it. You're even better than I expected. Who's at a high school level? I'm a college student, okay? Jodie Foster rolled her eyes at him. She was a distinguished graduate of Yale, while Link was a high school student, yet every time she talked to him, it felt like she was chatting with professors. She couldn't compare to him in terms of experience or knowledge, which made her feel powerless and also sparked a deep curiosity about Link. How could this guy be so amazing? Okay, college girl, hurry up and film. I'm going to join the Batman filming crew next week, so I don't have much time here. You'd better ask any questions while I'm here. Link sat on the sofa, legs crossed. Why do you keep yourself so busy every day? No, actually you're not busy. You just spend a lot of time on women. If you weren't so promiscuous, you could make at least 3 movies a year, Jodie Foster teased. If you didn't eat snacks, go to bars, go shopping, grow flowers, and do beauty treatments, you could read 100 more books a year. After 30 years, your knowledge wouldn't be inferior to the world's top scholars. Can you do that? Link laughed. That's not the same thing. Eating snacks, going shopping, and doing beauty treatments are essential leisure activities in life. Without these activities, life would become very boring. Picking up girls isn't essential. For me, it's all the same. I don't like eating snacks, I don't go to bars, go shopping, or do beauty treatments. I don't indulge in drinking, gambling, prostitution, or anything like that. I only like picking up girls. For me, this is also a kind of leisure activity to maintain physical and mental health. You can't criticize me just because this kind of leisure activity is niche. That sounds reasonable. Forget it, I don't care about you anymore. You go pick up your girls, it has nothing to do with me. Jodie Foster waved her hand and continued to work in front of the camera, preparing for the next shoot. During breaks in filming, the lead actors came over to greet Link. The 3 leads were Robin Williams, Joan Allen, and Cameron Diaz. Link, who also served as executive writer, would explain the characters and lines to the actors during filming. He told them to pay attention to the context of the story and the characters' emotions within that context, emphasizing the changes in the characters' emotions and relationships, leaving no detail overlooked. This wasn't being verbose, it was an essential step. Illiteracy is prevalent in America, and the entertainment industry is no exception. Many people become stars without even graduating high school, relying on their good looks and sexy figures. Even after becoming stars, they don't actively pursue further education, resulting in extremely low cultural literacy. These people struggle to even read newspaper articles, let alone understand profound dialogue. Reading scripts for them is like a high school student doing reading comprehension exercises. Their answers are often wrong, inaccurate, or far removed from the standard answers. Consequently, the resulting shots don't meet requirements. In such cases, the executive writer would break down the script and dialogue and feed it to the actors with lower levels of education, guiding them step by step in their performances. If they encountered an illiterate actor who was utterly hopeless, the executive screenwriter would minimize their lines or design the dialogue as abduct and have it dubbed later. Fortunately, the main actors in Hatchie, A Dog's Tale were all well educated. Robin Williams was a graduate of a professional acting school, had acted for over 20 years, and had also worked as a director, screenwriter, and producer, one of the industry's leading actors. Joan Allen was a stage actress with a high level of education and artistic cultivation. Compared to them, Cameron Diaz was younger, less experienced, and had slightly weaker comprehension, but she had good acting talent, a gentle and reserved personality, and a clear mind. With a couple of explanations, she could deliver a performance above par. "It's so good to have you here," Jodie Foster couldn't help but exclaim after filming a scene. But after saying it, she remembered that Link was right next to her, and her cheeks flushed. "I meant you're very good at directing actors, and your descriptions of the plot and emotions are very accurate. I didn't mean anything else. If you want to thank me, you can treat me to dinner," Link said with a smile. "Why should I treat you to dinner? This film is yours, you're the executive screenwriter." Jodie Foster remembered that Link could have refused these jobs, but he joined the crew at her invitation. She wrinkled her nose. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner, the crew's boxed lunch." She couldn't help but laugh, her delicate and intellectual face becoming radiant. "You look beautiful when you smile. You shouldn't always have such a cold face. Do you need me to tell you? And don't use those tricks you use on other women, they won't work." "I don't fall for it." Jodie Foster rolled her eyes at him, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and her cheeks subtly flushed. Link smiled, sat in front of the monitor, and continued to instruct her on the best shooting techniques, how to improve the quality and artistic level of the shots, explaining everything in detail. Jodie Foster listened intently, sometimes not even noticing her shoulder resting on his. Under an awning not far away, Cameron Diaz was reading her script when she occasionally glanced up at the director's area. She was surprised to see the two chatting and laughing intimately. She'd heard that Jodie Foster disliked men and was cold and aloof towards anyone who approached her, but she hadn't expected her to become so feminine after meeting Link. Link was truly amazing. "Hi, Cameron." As Cameron looked at Link, someone else was also watching her, Matt Dillon, who played the second male lead, Mike, in the film and Cameron Diaz's character's fiancé. Cameron Diaz turned to him, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Matt, what's up? Are you free this afternoon? Want to go to the movies? I have 2 tickets to Miami Vice, it's got great reviews," Matt Dillon asked. Cameron Diaz smiled slightly. She was beautiful and had a great figure. She would never lack suitors, no matter where she was. "Sorry, Matt, I have an appointment with Director Link this afternoon." Director Link? Matt Dillon glanced at the director's area, suddenly remembering the rumors about the two of them. He immediately took a half step back. "Ms. Diaz, I didn't mean to disturb you. Have a good date, thank you." Cameron Diaz smiled as she watched his retreating figure. The reason she decisively rejected Matt Dillon was to avoid any misunderstanding with Link. Besides, she did indeed have an appointment with Link that afternoon to discuss the script, hoping for his guidance. She wasn't lying. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.